Yeah. Uh, Fucking heck. Let me try to get hold of her on Facebook.
Okay. Okay, everything should be working okay now.
Yeah.
Just mute your sound.
You sound good.
Yeah, mute yours. I can hear it echo.
Oh, shit. Okay, hold on.
Okay, everything should be working okay now. Okay. Just mute your sound.
Can you sound good?
Yeah, mute yours. I can hear it.
There, is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
Alright. Huh. Didn't help. I had two windows open at the same channel.
I have that trouble sometimes. Get too much stuff open and can't find out where the sound's coming from.
Yep.
Yeah, there's 4 people here now, it says, watching.
Well, that's good.
And the stars actually look pretty good on the screen.
Hold on just a second. Okay, I just sent her a message.
Oh, okay.
Damn.
Yeah, this is the clearest night I've had in a long time, so.
Oh, good. Good. Hopefully we'll get good results.
I don't know, it looks pretty clear right now on the screen.
Yep, yep. I'm gonna grab something to drink real quick.
Alright.
Hey, Clifford. Hey, now. Yep. Ah.
Well, hello to both of the mats we have here.
Oh. Up. She's messaging me. Hold on. Okay, she's ready.
Okay. Just want me to call her then?
Yeah, would you?
Alright.
Thank you.
No problem.
There she is.
Yep.
Hello.
Hello.
How you doing, sweet woman?
Ah, I'm doing okay. Kind of a
Good.
busy, stressful week a bit, but now I'm hanging out with you guys, my favorite time.
Aw. Oh, man. It, it's funny. I don't, well, do I have my camera on?
No.
Okay, hold on, let me show you. Uh, can you see how bright it is?
Yeah.
Compared to where you are?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's, it's kind of weird. when I look at the screen and see all the stars
Yeah.
out, and I look behind me, and yeah, not even close.
Yeah, I made it a little bit brighter on the screen. There's a ton of stars now in an airplane or something.
Yeah,
If I got it too clear though, and it looks real good, YouTube keeps giving me an error that lack of video because it doesn't think anything's moving. But if I
yeah, it's just YouTube's way of fucking censoring
yeah,
shit.
but if I turn the brightness up just a little bit to where it's on the borderline of being fuzzy, it says it's got a good stream and everything's fine. It just doesn't think there's any video.
Yeah,
There's a bunch.
YouTube's fucked in that respect.
Yeah, that's why I always have to ask everybody if it sounds okay, if they can see it okay.
Right?
Because
Makes sense.
their little good, bad, and okay scale is hardly ever accurate.
Yeah, it is. I think they do that shit on purpose.
I don't know. I know it's aggravating. A lot of other people complain about the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they do that shit on purpose.
And I noticed too, I don't know why, but when I stream other stuff like the news or something like that, there's about a 20-second delay. But tonight, at least with the Skywatch, we only got about an 8-second delay because I timed it out.
Nice.
So it really dropped. I guess it kind of just comes and goes.
Right? Maybe it's a satellite feed.
It could be. But there was one of the bigger independent news networks that gave me permission to stream all their content. Even though they have their own YouTube channel and do the same thing. I asked their moderator on Twitter, and he's like, I don't care. He said, as long as you leave everything the way we broadcast it, their logo on the screen, and I don't care about none of that.
Yeah, right.
That's fine. I've been
Yeah.
using CBS. They got a live feed of all kind of stuff, but their sound is terrible. Everything sounds
Right.
like an echo. But it was all I had, so I used what I could find.
So, Tana, you've been having fun.
Huh?
You've been having fun.
Yes, I have. You've been following me, huh?
Yeah, I always watch your stuff.
Yeah, the highlight was my 15 seconds of fame.
There's a bunch of planes
I
flying
thought
around
that
there.
was pretty funny.
That was cute.
Yeah, my YouTube channel is getting a little bigger. I've got a few more subscribers.
Good. Yeah, I share your channel every time I get a chance. So.
Somebody,
Me too.
Somebody in another chat room I was in showed me this website. It's called Social Blade, and you can. It doesn't matter what, like you're on YouTube or Twitter. It's got all kind of stuff about your channel, and you can even watch a live, like a little ticker of your or subscribers, I should say. So every time you get a subscriber, it'll update on your screen, and it's all real time. It's kind of neat. Mine goes up and down all the time, though. Never stays the same for very long.
I'm hold on.
I'm banging a little bit. I'm still cooking.
Uh,
Yeah, I'm up to 812 subscribers. Not bad.
No, that's not bad at all.
The ad revenue goes up pretty fast, too.
Well, that's something.
Yeah.
okay.
Then you can get at your equipment.
Yeah.
I just updated my post that you're live streaming right now.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, I did that.
Yeah, I've made like $43 off of ads.
Nice.
It goes up, like, every time I refresh the page, it's higher.
That's always a good thing.
Yeah, and that's just since the 7th of this month. That's when I first started it. But that's
Well,
not.
once I figure out how to do the videos and shit,
Yeah.
I'll start posting them on my YouTube page. I'm still working on figuring shit out.
Me too.
I've been on YouTube since like 2008.
Oh man.
Back before I even had a camera of any kind, I was just doing slideshows of some of my coins. Then I ended up getting a camera that my grandpa had, which I really liked, but then I got a new computer and couldn't use that camera anymore, so I sold it. Got enough money to buy me a new camera, an updated one. So it all works out. That old camera was nice, but it had the wrong connection on it. I couldn't plug it into the newer computer. Which I found out Microsoft got sued over that connection because it was an Apple product and they were using it. So, there's all kinds of stuff flying on the screen. I bet I've seen a dozen planes so far. There's one going across now. It's fast too. Little, but moving on. Whatever it is.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to tell what's actually on there.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no way to get any detail. You can see it on there now. It's moving quick.
I see it.
But it's just because it's such a small piece of sky, stuff looks like it's moving faster than it really is.
Right.
Doesn't take long to cover a little bit of sky.
Nope, doesn't.
They got a solar eclipse next year. I was reading.
Yeah.
I just posted something about that.
Yeah, I saw an article and a video this morning on it, and it was talking about Oregon being the #1 place to see it.
Huh.
Yeah,
Well, you guys will have to come visit.
That's what they're talking about. All the hotels and everything are booked solid. They said
Well,
you can't get
there'll be room for you at my house.
They said you can't get a room on the West Coast. Any hotel chain that'll book that far out is all booked up.
Well, shoot, I think I should rent out some rooms, don't you?
There were people in the comments saying they were trying to get some rooms and they said they couldn't find nothing. Not even one of them little, flea bag motels along the interstate or something. Nothing. I was like,
Well-
dang, I would have never thought.
Well, Oregon doesn't have that many people in the first place. Our tourist, and our tourist industry only supports so much. So how many motels are there going to be,
Yeah. We got
Yeah.
one. We got one right here in town, a Holiday Inn and a Comfort Inn, but I don't know why they're even here. They can't make that much money. Nobody ever stays there. Unless it's the people that they bust there all the time, like cooking meth in the room or something.
Screw that.
They
No.
bust a lot of them, but other than that,
I don't know. I don't like to stay in hotels anyway. All the stuff going around.
yeah. That's the thing that always turned me off of wanting to go on a cruise. All you hear is these cruise ships, everybody getting sick.
Well, not only that, but sure, it's like a motel. You get those germs, and then you've got the water contained and all that, and you're going to other countries. So,
Yeah.
but for me, since I grew up fishing, being on the ocean is work. I don't want to go on a cruise.
They've got a lot of cruises now that are just in the United States. On like the Mississippi River and other waterways.
Well, that would be different than the ocean.
That would be fun. I've been seeing commercials for it on TV. It's called America's Cruise Line, and they go just about anywhere that'll handle one of their ships. They've got some that look more modern, and then they've got the older ones that, well, they're new, but they look like the old ones with the paddle wheel on them. They've got some of those you can go up and down different rivers. It'd be kind of fun.
Yeah, it would. I also heard that the train isn't very expensive. You can almost get from like Ohio or Michigan clear to here for relatively cheap. Some of the kids from this town go over there once in a while. They have family there, and they'll come back and forth because it doesn't cost as much as a bus even, I guess.
Yeah, I've rode Greyhound before. That's aggravating. It used to be cheap, but now it's within $100 of just getting an airplane ticket.
Yeah, no kidding. And for the $100, it'd be worth it to get the airplane ticket. Except I don't want to fly with TSA either.
No, but the bus thing is so slow.
It's horrible.
Well, what made me mad was I lived in Virginia at the time, and I took a Greyhound from here to Virginia, and it took me like 26 hours, which is ridiculous. But what made it worse was we drove right by my apartment. I could see my roommate out the window. I waved at him on the bus, and they would not let me off because it was the wrong side of the street. I had to go 6.5 hours more of a ride, clear to South Carolina, and then turn around and come back just to get on the right side of the road. I was so aggravated. I told that bus driver, I'm like, I live right there. He's like, I'm sorry, we can't let you off. I was aggravated.
I'll bet.
Have to go all that way and then drive, even farther than you have to. I'm like, I don't care if I gotta be on the other side of the road. All I had was a small little carry-on bag, like not much bigger than like a school backpack. I could have just jumped off the bus and went, but nope. But it used to be real cheap though. Back then it was like the early 2000s. You could spend like $150 and go anywhere in the United States.
Just about.
And it didn't matter how many trips you took. That ticket was good for like, I think it was 2 weeks. So anywhere you could get in 2 weeks. You could just, I seen a lot of guys, they were doing it, they said, yeah, they would just get off the bus at some weird bus terminal somewhere and just grab the next one, not have a clue where it's going. Just, checking out the country.
Well, I rode on a bus once to Bend, which is Central Oregon. It's high up in the mountains. And first we had to switch buses in like Eugene or Portland or something. And I had to carry all my stuff plus my little kid like 2 blocks to the next one. And the first bus was late, so we missed the second bus. And then they're like, oh, it won't take very long to get there. Well, it snowed so much we got stuck at the top of the pass, which happens a lot. And then, you're there. We were there for like 8 hours, and the bathrooms fill up,
Oh, yeah.
So it just gets worse and worse.
They stop in some little towns that you would never even be able to find on a map. I know that.
Oh,
That's
God,
true.
no,
We used to have a Greyhound, well, not a station, but there was just a drop-off point here, but they even took that out. Now I would have to go about 30 miles to even catch a Greyhound.
Shit, when I moved here from New Mexico, it took me 3 days on a fucking Greyhound.
Yeah. It'll get you there, but don't be in no hurry.
Oh, God, you couldn't fucking pay me to do that again.
No, I'll never take a kid on a bus again either.
It was one of them experiences, I done it. It was all right at the time, but I don't want to do it again. Something you can say you done it, but that's about it. Yeah, they're not fun. Especially the bus I was on, there was a bunch of people getting drunk. And it was already hot.
Oh, yeah, there's always people drinking like hobos or something.
It was hot. Real hot.
Wait a minute. Don't start on us potheads, damn it.
I said nothing about that. That doesn't happen. They kick you off for that, but you can sit there and drink booze all day long, I think.
Yeah. I guess you was allowed to drink. I don't know. There was this whole group of girls that brought on, I don't know, vodka or something. And they was all... I figured it out real quick because, a group of, college-age kids are not going to be passing a bottle of orange juice back and forth. So I figured it out pretty quick.
Yeah, see, that's what I like about being a pothead. I can smoke a joint or two, and I'm good for hours. I don't have to do shit. I'm perfectly content for hours. So,
you're not going to get mouthy. You're not going to get rowdy.
Exactly. You never hear a pothead starting a fight.
Huh.
No, we'll pass you a joint before we'll slug you.
And we have great conversations.
Exactly. Oh, man.
But yeah, I'll probably never ride a Greyhound again. I don't really care to. They got a lot more strict, I guess. When I rode it, there was no security. You just got on it.
They have security now?
They do now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's what I called them. I don't know. Last year I had I was thinking about going somewhere, and I was just curious, and they said, yeah, they've got. It's not quite as tight as like an airport, but they do check you out.
Hmm.
So yeah, there wasn't any kind of security of it all when I rode it. Just get on.
Yeah, that was when I got on.
But what made it worse, the worst part though, being on there for like 20 some hours, and it was the same bus too. We never transferred, which I thought was weird. But about halfway through the whole trip, air conditioner broke. It was hot.
Oh, no.
It was hot as a
Yeah.
firecracker, and it was in the middle of summer too. And headed south, so it gets even hotter the farther south you go, and it was a mess. Everybody was complaining.
That had to suck.
Yeah, they would stop every once in a while at some of these little, like I said, little towns that nobody knows about. And we'd get off for maybe a half hour or something. Then it was right back on the same bus. All they would do is change drivers. They'd get a new driver, but never got a different bus. We should have. It was so hot. But
That's when you go on the internet and complain and complain and complain.
yeah, well, at that time there wasn't a whole lot of places to really do a lot of complaining.
Ah,
Back in like 2001, there wasn't quite as much. I
Right.
remember it wasn't till I don't know. It's only been probably 10 years that we've even had high-speed internet in this town.
Oh wow.
Yeah, we never. All we ever had was dial-up.
Oh wow.
We
Holy
got,
shit.
we got Roadrunner. I mean, high speed now, and that's the only option you got of anything that's any good. But
yeah, we don't have the connections of the city either. We're always behind.
it was just the whole deal that Time Warner paid our city a bunch of money to be the only provider here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then Time Warner ended up breaking the contract because they left town.
Oh
If you
wow.
want to go to their office, it's about 35 miles from here. And because I had got DirecTV instead of their service, because I got so sick of Time Warner's cable, changing the bill every month, the equipment wasn't no good. It was out more than it worked. So I canceled it, and that guy cussed me out, threatened me. I should have recorded the phone call if I'd have thought about it.
Yeah.
All kinds of names. He was screaming loud enough Mom could hear the phone call in like the other room. And he was getting all mad, saying if I knew what was good for me and my family, I wouldn't badmouth Time Warner and all this. And I was like, man, forget it. So they wanted to charge me like $85 to come pick up their own equipment.
Oh what the fuck?
So 8 o'clock the next morning, I was at their office, and I slammed it down on the desk, and I said, you're going to take it, and you're going to give me a receipt saying that you took it.
Yep.
Everything was all right then, but I haven't had much trouble with their internet. It's expensive, but the TV part of it, it was terrible. It started out like $20 or $25 a month, and I never changed the package at all. And after 3 years, it was up to like $150 some just for the TV. I'm like, man, forget it.
Damn.
They won't even let me drop the speed of my internet to lower my bill. They told me if I lower the speed, they'll raise my bill.
That's bullshit.
Because I got the fastest speed they got. Which I'm going to keep because it's doing a lot of streaming and stuff. But at the time, I wasn't. I was going to try to save a few bucks and go down to the next level down. And the woman's like, no, for every level down you would go slower, it'll cost you $10 more. I'm like, what?
That's bullshit.
Mm-hmm. No, I don't know.
How do they get away with that shit?
I don't know. There's just no competition is the main thing.
Yeah.
That's they want a fucking monopoly for that reason.
Yeah, well, that was legal here until this past March when we voted. So now,
Well-
since they can no longer have monopolies, so now it's just going to be up to if a company wants to come here, but at least there'll be a chance.
Well, damn, if you can get enough people together and have y'all start your own fucking little company,
Yeah.
you know?
Back when dial-up was like the main thing, I had a friend of mine that got in a bunch of trouble because he knew this one guy. He was real big into computers. We built a lot of them and stuff, and he knew this guy somewhere because there's all kind of little companies you could get dial-up through, real cheap.
Same here.
The one I use cost me like $50 a year.
Oh, damn.
So
I paid that a month.
yeah, I pay $80 a month now.
Shit.
But the guy knew this other guy that went out of business. He had a dial-up service, and he went out of business for some reason. So he got all the equipment, and he started running a dial-up service out of his house, like not legal.
Right?
And about 3 o'clock in the morning, one morning, the feds kicked his door in for tax evasion and FCC violations. And
Oh yeah, they won't screw around with that FCC stuff. You got to do it right.
he had it for about probably a year and a half before he got caught. It was a ton
Wow.
of money he owed too. It was way up in the thousands of dollars.
Problem with FCC is, like all those ham radio people or the radio people that are doing it right, they'll turn you right in themselves.
Yeah, we never did figure out how exactly he got caught, but somehow,
Somebody must have snitched on him.
I don't know.
Probably.
Because he had it set up kind of, like it was a business. I mean, people would mail him their bill every month and, their payment. And it was all working pretty good for a while. He never went to jail, though. Somehow he managed to stay out of jail, though. I think by just turning over all the equipment.
Taxation is theft.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You know what gets me is I bet if you'd done it for free, you wouldn't have gotten.
Probably not.
Oh, I wouldn't count on that either. I mean, the IRS is a big, heavy arm, but the FCC is just as bad. So,
Yeah,
and you have to follow the rules within a certain.
Yeah, but you're not going to make anybody as mad, though.
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
your neighbors and stuff. So you're less likely to be turned in. Yeah, I used to play CB a lot and stuff when I was younger, and FCC used to get a little bit involved in that, but they don't care anymore.
Oh, I still remember my FCC license number when being on the CB radio.
Yeah.
Yeah, U2618.
I got to get my ham radio operator license. I've got a Bofang. I can't talk
Yeah.
properly if I don't get one, and you will get busted here.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure.
And I'm too old for that shit. I'll get the license.
I used to play CB a lot, but then a lot of guys here in town started pushing like insane amounts of power and stuff and just had more money for fancier stuff, and a lot of us just couldn't compete, so we all just pretty much quit. I still got my radio, though.
Good, keep it, because I'll tell you what, if something ever happens, especially electrically, you just never know what's going to work.
No.
And to have different kinds of systems is a really great idea.
Yeah, my antenna and coax and everything's still hooked up. My antenna's about, 30 foot in the air. I talked all over the world, Australia, everywhere.
Oh my God.
It was a lot of fun.
Sorry, Cynthia, you are not right.
Why?
Fucking A, woman.
What have I done now?
The dog dressed up as a spider. Are you fucking kidding me?
Isn't that great?
Oh, jeez. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to interrupt, but I saw that. That's fucking over there.
These people put these giant spider outfits on their dogs and then send them through the sidewalks and the malls and stuff,
Yeah,
scaring the crap out of people. It's great.
Oh, I'm stealing that one. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to interrupt, but that was funny as hell.
I sent Lorraine and one of them last night, one of them little meme pictures about the electric wire.
What one's that?
Saying if you have a short in your electric, just kink the wire.
Oh yeah, that's the one you sent to me.
Yeah, and people was actually saying that they think that would work. That'll kill you.
Damn.
It's to weed out the stupid people.
Yeah, if you don't know where your breaker box is, just kink the wire. It'll shut it off like a garden hose. Shuts the water off. That don't work.
There's a lot of those. I don't pass them around because people are just that dumb, and I feel bad.
They are. Yeah. They'll be your next Darwin Award winner. There's enough of them.
Damn.
There's always people getting killed in some stupid way or another.
I know. I hate to watch those shows where people get hurt. You know, they're like America's Funniest Home, whatever. I hate those things. You know, I hate watching. And there's always little kids that get hurt really bad, and everybody's laughing. I'm like, what the hell is wrong with
They
you
got that
people?
one. Well, it's been on before. I ain't seen it for a long time, but they call it "1,000 Ways to Die," and they're all Darwin Award type people. Just idiots getting killed. Some of them just make you wonder.
Yeah.
Well, you know, the older you get anyway, the more apt you are to die of an accident. So, you know, I'm not going to go out and ask for it.
Yeah, these people are just stupid. There's no other way to describe them. I mean, I don't know what's going. They had one on there. It was just, I don't know. This guy, he was like, I don't know, probably just out of high school, so he might have been in his early 20s, and he had never had a girlfriend or been with no female or nothing, and he wanted to try to figure out, you know, what it was going to be like and all that. So he tried to recreate the experience, and it killed him. Somebody told him to use a pot roast. Well, that might have been not as dangerous, except they told him if he wanted the feel of a female to electrify it. So he cut the end off an extension cord, stripped the wires, shoved it down in the pot roast, plugged it in, and then proceeded to, well, you know, do his thing. And they found him dead, jeans around his ankles, and a pot roast in front of him.
That's a horrible story, Lucky.
I said, yeah, they actually done, it was blurred out, but a recreation or reenactment, whatever they call it. I'm like, I don't know why. I think we get the picture.
I wonder if that's. I did used to try to get my little brothers to pee on electric fences, and they did it a couple of times. I'm sad to say.
I done it once, accidentally.
Did you see the video of the woman that stuck her bare butt on the electric fence and then like
Yes.
pile of poo?
That was dumb of her. Those hurt worse than a person thinks they do.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
they have a competition. I saw this on TV. It's in Europe somewhere. One of them strongman, I call them idiot contest. And one of them is just they get everybody, probably 50 guys, hold on to an electric fence and see who can hang on the longest while they keep increasing the voltage.
That can't be good for you.
No, no good. Them cattle prods will hurt you too.
Oh yeah.
I didn't know them things worked right off the shelf at the store though.
Oh damn!
Till I hit that woman's cart, and she was about 85 years old, probably.
You did not.
It was funny though. I didn't think.
Oh my God! It's a wonder you didn't kill her.
I didn't hit her. I hit the cart she was holding.
You did not.
She screamed and throwed the cart, and it went all the way down the aisle and knocked over a big pyramid of dog food cans that one of the workers just stacked up. I'll never forget that. I was just a kid at the time. I felt bad afterwards because then I thought, well, she could have had a pacemaker or something. And if I didn't think of it at the time, I didn't know. I just grabbed it off the shelf and I pushed a button and I seen the lights on the handle kept going all the way up. And I'm like, I wonder if this will do anything. So I just smacked her cart. It was funny though.
God.
Luckily, she ended up okay, as far as I know.
I would hope so. Shit.
You know, I didn't see no obituaries in the paper for a few days, so I figured she must have made it.
God. What the fuck?
What are you laughing at now? Lucky killing people?
Yeah. Yeah.
I ain't killing nobody.
You're killing me. Shit.
I'm innocent, I guess.
Oh, we got somebody in here.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, Hazmat. He was the one that was here the last time we done the star thing and was making a bunch of comments but you had already left, so.
Hey, how's Matt?
Yeah, good to see you, Az.
But at least the stars are clear. The sky's clear anyway.
Yeah, it is.
That's as clear as it's been in a long time around here.
Looks good. They aren't quite as defined as they usually are.
No.
Is that what you were talking about? You had to make it like that for it to not give you grief?
A little bit. It's just the camera's kind of weird. If there's only just a few stars, they'll actually look a lot bigger. But you get so many of them, they.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
I don't know exactly why, but I think it's because it can only process so much light. And since it's coming from multiple places.
Is that Tana's kitty I hear?
Yeah, she's in heat.
Sounded like it.
It must be that time of year.
Yeah. I've got 2 cats. When they both get going, holy shit.
Yeah, earlier there was a bunch of stuff flying around on the screen. I haven't seen anything for a while.
Well, it's still early.
Yeah, it's still early.
Yeah, what's the date? It's 22nd. Well, you should still, it's still the month of meteor showers and the end of that.
Yeah, there's a chance, a slim chance.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to try to figure out some way that I can be able to film the solar eclipse next year.
You'll have to come see me in Tana. It's just that simple.
Really?
It'll be 95% here. So I'll still get to see it here. I just want to film it.
Right.
But I got
99%, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
So I got to try to figure some way to be able to film it.
Okay, you guys have to talk for a minute. I have to eat. I'll mute my mic so you don't have to listen to me.
By all means. Where did Haz go? Did he take off?
I don't know.
Haz.
I got an idea how I might be able to film it, but I'll have to see. 'Cause I got the lens cover I can put on, which is for daylight, but when you're just pointing it at the sun, it's still going to be too bright. So
Yeah?
So I thought about getting a piece of that window tint like you put on a car, and then cover the lens cap with it to darken it even more.
Well, isn't there a special lens that you can get specifically for that?
Not for this one.
No?
Now, even the telescopes that they use for the sun, that's all they're good for is just the sun.
Well, can't you get one just for the sun then for that?
Not for my type of camera. Ain't much I can do. Because the camera I've got's not even made for looking at the stars anyway. I mean, that's kind of just the purpose I'm using it for.
I would think there'd have to be some kind of way to jerry rig it so you could use it that way.
I'm just going to try I think it'll work if I just use, because the lens cover just screws on the end and it's got like a pinhole in it to block most of the light. Then if I get a piece of that real dark window tint film and just put over top of the whole lens, it'll block that little pinhole. So light still gets through, but it just, blocks a lot of it. Like I say, same stuff, you put on your car.
Let me research that a little bit for you, because I think I saw something somewhere that there's got to be an easier way to do it. But yeah, let me look some stuff up for you.
Because I can buy that window tint stuff pretty cheap. They make little pieces of it. You can get almost like a patch in case yours would get scratched up or something. So
yeah.
And then because the lens cap I got, it just screws right on the end of it. I don't know, it might work. Anything that would be dark, and that's the darkest thing I can think of, that'll still let some light through.
Oh wow!
I have to throw in my 2 cents worth here.
Yeah.
When you're taking pictures, you can get expensive things for it, but sometimes you can just get that stuff that they use on lights, like for bands. You can make your light box, and then you get this kind of a piece of cellophane that's colored.
Yeah.
And if you want to go real ghetto, you just get a pop bottle that's colored, or something like that, or colored cellophane. Try some things out, see how they look. And that's all I have to offer right now.
Uh,
But yeah, this camera just magnifies light so much, it's makes it tricky sometimes. It's an experimental thing.
oh, man. Sinner, what the fuck? Trying to figure out what the hell I'm doing here. Welder's mask.
That might actually work. Get the lens.
Yeah. That's actually a brilliant fucking idea. That's a brilliant idea.
I can buy them replacement lenses around here. They're not that high.
Yeah. Well, hell, you may have your answer right there.
Yeah, it might work.
Those things are pretty damn dark.
Yeah. If it was too dark, though, all I got to do is just turn the gain up on the camera.
Right?
It'll intensify it. Because it still lets some light through. As long as it gets a little bit of light is all that matters. It doesn't take much.
Oh, man. I'm sitting here trying to multitask.
Hazmat, I've probably seen that video from Bill's Skywatch before.
I just realized that was the other fucking window. Window I closed. Shit. I didn't mean to. Damn it. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, because they sell those. They're not real expensive. I've seen them. Them welders, the goggles.
Yeah.
And that would work, because then I could just, if I had to, I could just pop the lens out of it, because it's round.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that something you're gonna stick to your lens is a great idea because
it's just a piece
you
of
know
plastic.
that stick on window stuff for cars that always bubbles and peels off and
My lens cover is just a solid piece of black plastic.
sounds perfect.
That's all it is, with a pinhole in it.
Mm-hmm.
Then you just thread it on.
Mm.
Yeah, I didn't even get that with the camera. They sent me one after I bought the camera. Yeah, it's just, that's all it is just a plain piece of plastic. You screw it on the end of the camera, and it's got one little pinhole to block most of the light. That way I can use my camera in the daytime. Even though I never do, but I've got
But
the
you
option.
could.
Yeah. Yeah, they sent me one for free. I offered to buy it, and the guy was like, well, it'd take us more hassle to draw up an invoice, so I'll just give it to you. So he mailed it to me.
Well, that was nice of him.
Yeah. It's a pretty big lens on that camera, though. I think he said it was 44 millimeter. Yeah, I talked to the guy that invented the thing.
Oh, man.
So he knows all about it.
Yeah. Yeah, he invented it, but he's just a tech support guy for the company. Because the day I called, he actually had the day off, so he called me back the next day.
You got any moon there tonight?
Not yet, anyway.
I'm sitting there going back and forth between two channels. Between yours and Bill's.
Yeah.
You know, you guys can make a woman go blind doing that shit.
Maybe we should go over to Bill's and advertise for Lucky.
There you go.
Yeah.
Now, that'd be mean. Don't do that.
It would be mean. I don't do that.
It wouldn't go over too well.
It's disrespectful.
Yeah, I'm not
Well,
trying to.
there's a bad history there.
Oh.
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
Oh, oops.
Things happen. Must be why he sends people here to advertise.
Yeah. Oh, shit. I'm not going to say a fucking thing.
Not you. I'm not talking about you. Silly. Silly girl.
Sorry. Damn. Oh, I swear to God, if my cat sounded like she just said, damn. No
I don't
less.
even know where my cat's at. It's out running around somewhere.
I see that Tana has the traditional West Coast tuxedo cat. Everybody, it's standard issue if you move to the West Coast.
Actually, you know what's funny? She is only the second tuxedo I've ever had. Um, oh, I just got her. I've had her about a year now. But she's only the second tuxedo I've ever had.
Hmm.
I
Well, my
love.
last one was too. My last one looked like a Japanese character or something, the way that her head was colored, you know.
Yeah.
She was cute. This one's kind of ugly, and that's what's so cute about it.
Yeah, I probably won't see my cat till sometime tomorrow whenever he decides to come home.
Oh, you have a male.
He goes everywhere.
They
Oh,
do that.
he's a slut kitty.
Yeah, he been fixed and everything, but he goes everywhere in town. He'll go uptown, anywhere. It doesn't matter.
Right now with Nolly and Heat, she's like, I'd love to be a slut if I just had a chance. I'm talking about the cat, not me. Just want to specify.
Just don't let her out.
I live on the seventh floor. Yeah, the likelihood of her getting laid is slim to none.
Well, she's safe up there too.
Yeah, exactly.
Mine's always been outside. It was born outside and everything, so he comes and goes as he pleases.
Well, I keep this one in. The last one got to go out during the day, but this one, and she was good about staying home. But this one stays in the house all the time. She's a klutz. She doesn't see very well. My son rescued her starving to death when she was a kitten, probably about 6 months old, and she looked like she'd been hit by a car. Teeth were broken, and her jaws crooked a little, and except he just worked too much, so I got her. And the minute he brought her over, I was like, "Oh, you can bring her over. I'll watch her for a while." And he brought her over, and she was like in love with the house, you know. So she just never left.
That's all she wrote. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's almost impossible to keep mine in the house. If he wants out, he'll find a way out.
Yeah, they're tricky little devils. I had to cover some of my screen windows with like that plastic
Yeah.
mesh that old ladies needlepoint on.
Yeah.
I actually had to duct tape that to a couple windows because she'll scratch right through it.
Oh, wow.
Mine's done that, knocked the fan out of the window. He'll open the screen door to let himself out. He'll find a way out.
Hilarious.
There ain't anything that's going to stop him. He tried to knock a window out. Luckily, he wasn't able to, but he tried. But most of the time now, he runs at night, but during the day, he'll sleep all day. You just wouldn't even know he's even alive. He lays around, you just shove him over. He don't even look at you.
Damn.
But at night, he gets up and runs around.
He's got things to do, places to go.
Yeah, a lot of times he'll just go outside and jump on top of the house and lay up her.
Probably a warm spot.
And then he wants to whine all the time if he sees somebody, like, get me down. I ain't getting you down, you got up there.
My cat likes to run up the stairs and then she cries. She goes up there and gets some things, takes a nap, and then she comes down and she's at the top and she'll cry for me like a baby. And if I go over there, I'll see her little foot stick out. She tries to swat me. She tries to lure me in, and she does this every day. I mean, I don't know why she thinks I'm going to be surprised and forget, but it's her thing. Lure me in so she can attack me.
But no other cats will come in my yard, though. Mine fight every one of them. He'll fight dogs. He don't care. He get in all kind of fights. Sometimes he'll come home missing a patch of fur or something, but...
Sorry, hold on. I'm sending you something, Cynthia.
All right. I will go look. I was wondering.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, Meadow Ours just showed up one day. That was kind of the end of that.
Oh, that's cool.
All my cats have been strays.
Our dog's from the pound. She's a rescue.
Well, you know what
Nice.
they say? If an animal picks you, that's the one you're supposed to keep.
Oh, yeah.
They do pick you too, don't they? The little devils.
Yeah, they're good at that shit.
It took a long time with our dog, though, to get her used to everything. Took well over a year. She was born inside a cage and never seen out of it for about 7 months till we got her.
Horrible. And they appreciate that. They do.
She was terrified of everything. Never seen grass, nothing.
Poor baby. Oh, Tana, I saw that one on your page earlier.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, that's cute. I haven't seen the new Star Trek movie, so I can't talk about it.
I haven't seen it yet either.
I heard it was good.
I saw pictures of a guy from Florida spent over $1 million and turned his house into the Starship Enterprise. They call him the world's biggest Star Trek fan. He literally rents out the entire movie theater in his town just for him and a couple friends on the opening night. But he's getting ready to build one, he said, for his own private use that'll be bigger than the theater in his town. Said it might be the world's largest home theater. When he gets it done, it'll hold over 500 people.
Huh.
In his house.
I'd probably have a bunker if I had $1 million in a cave somewhere.
Yeah.
There you go.
We don't even have a movie theater here anymore.
I think we do.
I gotta go about 30 miles to get to the closest one. We had one, but they said they couldn't afford to upgrade all the equipment to be able to show the new movies. All this high HD 4K and all this.
They did that on purpose, probably.
Well, they said it was $50,000 per camera, and they didn't have it. It was just a small place.
I liked when we had drive-ins. Those were nice. Nice summer night. You can eat there, hang out,
I mentioned to some people here in town, I said, if the theater can't, show modern movies or whatever, fine, but, don't need to close the thing. Show old movies and, be real cheap. Like on a weekend. It'd be cool to go see an old John Wayne movie on a big screen or something like that.
You bet. People could make little local movies and put them on there. That'd be hilarious.
Yeah, anything. Yeah, it was a long time ago that I went and seen a movie there before they closed down. I watched the first Spider-Man movie.
Well, they turned ours into kind of these little teeny rooms so they could do a bunch of movies at once, and it was claustrophobic. They
Yeah.
were disgusting, all crammed in with a bunch of people. Not my idea of a good time.
I saw a rat when I was at the theater though. That was funny.
Ew.
Nobody else noticed it. I was sitting toward the back. And there was kind of a dull part in the movie. I don't know, nothing too much action. So I caught something out of the corner of my eye, and I looked, and there was a rat. He's about probably 4.5, 5 inches long, had a piece of popcorn in his mouth, and he ran right in front of the screen all the way across. No one else noticed it, though, because if they did, they would have said something. I was just laughing.
Ew. I heard days that it got a little less hot in Ohio.
Yeah, about time. Main thing, the humidity went away. That's what made us so hot.
Yeah, we're still having kind of a heat wave in Oregon, but where I live is like the coolest spot in the whole state, so I'm good.
Because there was a few days in the past couple weeks where it might have only been 78 degrees, but with the humidity, it felt like it was 95.
Mm-hmm.
So we had 100% humidity for days, and it wouldn't even rain.
We get that. It sucks.
The hottest we got this year, well, with the humidity factored in, was 105.
Mm.
It was that way for a couple days.
No, thank you.
Yeah,
I'm from New Mexico. Triple degree weather is nothing.
when you factor in the humidity is what makes it bad, though.
Yeah, if it's dry, I guess you could
Yeah.
tolerate it. You know.
Oh, dry heat fucking sucks. But I'm not sure which is worse. Humid heat or dry heat. They both make you suffocate.
Yeah. That's like out to my grandma's. I used to stay out there a lot when I was a kid, and they always had the wood burning stove, and it was all that dry heat, and I'd get nosebleeds a lot and stuff. They just dry your sinuses out.
I thought wood is a wet heat.
No. It dries out everything.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's why a lot of people that would burn wood, they would always have a big pan of water or something they'd keep on top of the wood burner.
Some people do it, but usually that happens where it's, not
keep,
humid anyway.
Yeah, you got to keep some moisture. It'll just take all the humidity out of the air.
Well, it never worked in my town.
That's what
Maybe there's just too much humidity here.
it's got to the point, where furniture will literally just turn to dust
Huh.
because it's just so dry.
We'll see on the coast here, you have to put everything in containers like you're living on a boat.
Yeah.
Else it'll draw moisture. But if you go inland to the mountains, it's the opposite. You have to put everything in something sealed, else it'll turn into a rock
Yeah.
because it's so dry.
Now in my house, it's very humid because the dryer's vented inside. So you get all that moisture from our dryer. So
Yeah, you get heat that way, but the moisture, yeah.
all the moisture, horrible.
And you got to clean if you've got one of those ends that make it so the lint doesn't go everywhere,
Yeah.
which I'm sure you do.
Oh yeah.
You got to clean it a lot because it can damage the dryer and it can catch on fire too.
You got to keep a lot of oil on any firearms too, because they'll rust real fast. You can bring a brand new gun in, and I've had them rust overnight. You don't keep them very oiled. Like
Yeah,
like a shotgun
things
or
rust
something.
real easy here. And then we've got salt water on top of that,
So I just make sure everything's got a good coat of oil on it and don't have to worry about it. And I got a dehumidifier thing in my gun cabinet. So
That'll work.
yeah. Yeah, I was surprised. They do work though. I bought that thing probably 7 or 8 years ago and been running ever since. All it is a strip of, I don't know, some material, probably 1.5 feet long. It just barely gets warm. But it works.
Yeah, here we have since when you live by the ocean, you get salt in the air, and so it corrodes everything, your cars. I guess some places they put salt on the roads, and we probably do if we get icy, because, we hardly ever get icy. So it's like, gosh, what do we have? Salt,
Yeah.
They'll put the most horrible corrosive things on the roads.
Yeah, there's a lot of salt here. We'll go through 40, 50 ton of it every winter in town. They salt
Well,
everything.
I heard they have different chemicals that are less
They do.
caustic.
Yeah, they do. But they're a lot more expensive.
Ah,
Salt's cheap. That's why they
right.
use it.
Because they don't have to pay to fix your car.
My street's never been paved in the last 40 years.
I don't live on a paved street either.
I got potholes big enough. Shoot, they're probably a foot deep or more.
Yeah, we go fix ours once in a while.
Yeah, my
Yeah,
whole street. We're not allowed to touch them. You can get sued.
I miss living out in the boonies.
I love the boonies.
I miss it.
Yeah, you mess with any of the holes in the road, they find out about it, you get a big lawsuit.
Probably, but not on little gravel roads like mine. If you
No.
do that on a paved road, maybe you'll have some trouble, but not here.
Yeah, there's all kinds of people around here that had cars that busted axles and everything, hitting these holes. And we're the only street in town that has not got a new street. They keep promising us one, but we ain't never seen it. And they raised our taxes to pay for it. We still ain't never got it.
Isn't that aggravating?
But every other street in town's got a brand new one.
They must not like you.
We're the last in town for everything. I don't know why we're not like at the end of town or anything. I don't know why they make us last for everything. Last to get the mail every day.
Terrible.
Yeah, our
I
mail,
don't get mine till late either.
Our mail won't run. It's ran after dark here.
Ugh.
Yeah, there's been times they've had to have 2 mail carriers come just to get it done. It'd be like 8:30 at night. Normally it's about 4:30, 4:05. Because once they leave our street, they're done. They've done the rest of the town.
Yeah, I think we get ours about 3 or 4.
We got a decent mail carrier now, though. The other ones we've had a bunch of thieves. I've turned in a few of them.
Are they just stupid?
I don't know. The one guy, the last one that I turned in, I got him fired. And he'd been kicked off every other route in town for stealing mail. He stole about $300 worth of stuff off me.
Wow.
Yeah, and had some pretty dumb excuses. You know, putting packages in the mailbox that were empty. Saying he checks everything before he puts it in the box. Telling me what's in my package when he hands it to me. That kind of
Weird.
stuff. And then once I turned him in and he found out about it, I guess he figured it was probably me. I had a package that came, about a $400 package, and he refused to give it to me. I got it finally, but he said he wasn't going to let me have it until he felt like it. And I knew it was coming that day, so I walked down to the corner where he always parks at, and I was waiting on him, and I had to leave. I wanted to hurry up and get it because I had to sign for it. And he told me I couldn't have it. I seen it in his van too. He said, nope. He said, I don't care what you say, you're not getting it. So I leaned up against his driver's door, and I said, well, you can give me my package, he'll get in your van. Otherwise, you're going to walk. So I had to end up going up to the Postmaster General, talking to them. I told them, I said, he's already wearing a knee brace for some reason. I said, if you don't get rid of him, I said, I'm going to bust his other knee and he's going to have 2 braces on. I said, I got a ball bat with his name on it. And that very next day, they fired him. He done the same thing to my neighbor across the street, gave her over mail and all the envelopes were open. And he tried to say that it was hot and he sweat on the envelope and loosened the glue.
Oh, weird.
Like, come on. But there's been a lot of crooked mail carriers in this state. They catch them all the time on the news. They had one up in Columbus a few months back. He had been there for a long time, and people started complaining about not getting any mail. They found out he wasn't delivering nothing. He was dumping it all in a dumpster and going to sleep in his van. He's been doing it for years, but the only reason he got caught, he always used the same dumpster. It was an abandoned building, he thought. Well, it had been. Somebody bought it and ended up making a warehouse out of it that he didn't know and had a security camera put in. They caught him. Showed him dumping all the mail right in the dumpster.
He probably didn't dump all the mail because he would have got popped. He probably just dumped the stuff he didn't have time to do.
He dumped all of it. He didn't deliver anything.
Well, you'd think they would have caught him before a year, you know.
The only reason they
But
caught
maybe
him
not.
when people started, because they shovel their routes around so much, so he was never on the same route, so it wasn't the same people.
Oh, that's
They
why.
change routes here all the time, so they can get by with a lot of things. But when I was a kid, though, we had a good mail carrier. He had been on the route for like 30-some years before he retired. Because our route, they said, is 11 miles. The whole thing.
Yeah, usually they keep a route here. I don't think they switch them so much. Maybe the new ones, you know, fill in and stuff. But people usually have a designated route at some point if they've been there for a while. I get lost too easy. That's not a job I ever wanted, any kind of delivery. No thanks.
I know how you feel. I swear to God, I'd lose my ass when attached. I have no sense of direction.
Yeah, it sucks. I'm like that. And I actually have a child who, I've got two of them with photographic memories for different things. And one of them, even when he was little, all I had to do is go one way and get there, and he knew how to get back. And I could never do that.
I've always been that way.
Oh,
I don't care where somebody drops me off, I can always get home. I've never got lost where I couldn't figure out how to get home. And I've drove, 2 or 3 states away, be the first time ever taking that trip and never use a map. Drive straight home. Never had any trouble. But I'm no good with, if I had to go strictly by street names and stuff, even in this town, I'd get lost. I always go by landmarks. Red house, big tree, something like that. Or the gas station on the corner, or, whatever. I'm just no good with street names.
Yeah, they keep changing the streets here, Since I've lived here pretty much my whole life, they've changed, like, the middle of town, several streets, which way they go. And if it's late and I'm tired, I'm like, I'll fall back in the old pattern of maybe it was a different street then, So,
oh
good
shit.
thing I don't drink, because if I drove that way, then, they'd be pulling me over. But I don't drive much at night.
I swear, whoever mapped out the town of Seattle's aren't Quaaludes and they didn't share. Because the way this town's mapped out makes no sense. Every other fucking street is a one-way.
I've lived in a town like that. When I lived in Virginia, it was like that. And that is aggravating.
Oh my God, isn't it though?
That is the worst. You never get used to it.
No,
I don't
you
care.
don't.
I lived there for a year. I never did get used to it. Yeah, it was. And down where I was at, it was a bad area anyway. One of them high crime areas. And all these one-way streets, and half of them weren't marked because somebody stole the sign. And then that makes it even worse. You go down the street, and then you end up being bumper to bumper with another car. I had that happen a couple times. I didn't know it was a one-way. It wasn't marked. So I didn't know somebody stole the sign. Yeah, it gets aggravating. At least this
Yeah,
town,
if it's a cool name, they'll take it every time.
This town, I don't know, not too bad. I mean, yeah, we got a bad drug problem, but at least as far as violent stuff, we're not too bad. And we don't have any violent crime to worry about. So that's one good thing about here. But the drug problem, that's going to end up turning into a lot more violence.
Well, if you've got tweakers, they're a little mentally unstable, and, that's when I think you start getting into a little more crime. But I'm sure heroin does that, too.
Yeah, it's going to get a lot worse, 'cause right behind my house, literally, I could throw a rock and hit it, and they're building a rehab center. And people are not happy.
I wouldn't be happy either.
Because
No.
the people that'll be using that rehab center can come and go as they please, but they're not from here. They can be from anywhere. The property used to be an old a mill where they made dog food, but it burnt down several years ago, so now it's just a vacant property. So they're going to put in this rehab thing. They said they made it public that, like, if you have a $100,000 home, it'll drop your property value like 15 grand just for that place being there. Which is fine if you don't ever want to sell it. Lower value, lower taxes.
Sounds like somebody could sue him for that, maybe.
Nobody around here got any say-so in the thing anyway. Nobody even knew about it until they approved it. That's what a lot of people was upset about. We never even got any idea. And they tried to make this claim. I mean, we're one of the worst towns in the whole state for heroin. And they're trying to say by building this thing, they can guarantee in 5 years there won't be a drug found in this town. I'm like, whatever. There's no way you're going to eradicate it from here.
You know, they said that about our high school in my little town. They put it on like 60 Minutes and said how we were the worst for drugs. And
Yeah.
I had lived in a city before, in fact, in Indianapolis, and I'm like, how can this place be worse? And it wasn't. I mean, port towns, you can get just about anything, but there wasn't a whole bunch of tweakers or a bunch of heroin addicts. That just didn't exist. It's like they just told these stories to justify their militarization of more police to come after people. You know, it was just part of the plan. And I don't know why they picked our coast, but they did.
Yeah, it definitely exists here. You can go anywhere and shit. They always find them people passed out and overdosed in the bathrooms at all the restaurant, fast food places, or gas stations. It's a mess. You even got to watch it if you go to the gas station and, like, you know, get that little squeegee to clean your windows off. I've seen heroin needles and stuff floating in that window washing stuff. And you have to go tell them. Cops won't even pick them up anymore. They tell you to dispose of them yourself.
Yeah, I notice after our tourist season, we see more in the parks and on the beaches, and that always aggravates me. I always think of some little kid running out there barefoot, you know?
Yeah. They tell us, which I won't do, but they say if you find one, just pick the needle up, a syringe, whatever, throw it in a milk jug, and just throw it in the trash. That's what they always tell us. They said we don't have time to run around and pick that stuff up all the time.
Well, that's not exactly legal.
No.
It's not the legal way to dispose of something that has, you know,
No.
parts or...
Yeah.
They used to dump that stuff in the ocean, too. I bet you they still do quite a bit. And then
Probably.
the medical debris would, like, come back on the beach, you know, because they're not very smart.
Yeah.
But the government's the reason for a lot of it.
Yeah.
It's pretty obvious around here. They'll do a big drug bust and get on the news. Oh, we got $1 million worth of heroin off the streets or whatever. And then within less than a month, there'll be like a real bad batch of it going around and a bunch of people overdosing. So a lot of people are starting to think that the cops or whoever's getting a hold of it in the end, putting stuff in it, make it worse, and then putting it back out in the community. If you kill these people, you don't have to worry about trying them, putting them in jail. No expense. They're dead.
Well, usually when it's really good is when it kills people.
Well,
Right.
well, that's a big boost for the dealers. If they mention it on the news that it's killing people, they'll sell more of it than they would normally.
Yeah, because everybody figures it's good.
They like to see how close they can get.
Yeah.
How much they can cut it.
I mean, they interview a lot of people, and they say they like it. The closer to death they can get, the more they like it. And they think it's harmless now because you can buy Narcan over the counter at the grocery store. So they think, I'll just get this, and I can't die now. They'll just give me that, and I'll be revived and go on.
I don't know if we've got that in Oregon. I sure haven't heard about it if we do.
Yeah, we just got it, just started it not too long ago. where anybody can buy it. I don't know what it costs or anything, but I know the name brand version of it's very expensive, but the off brand is supposed to be real cheap. Some states were trying to pass just to make it legal. Canada did parts of it.
Well, I don't think whether it's legal or not, people are going to pay any attention to that.
Well,
I
it's
don't think
legal.
legalizing it makes more people do it.
It does in Canada, because they can get it prescribed by the doctor. I saw it on TV. Hey, Lorraine. Yeah, they showed it on TV not too long ago. I forget what part, but they were showing it, and they can use it right at the doctor's office. So
They monitor their dosage. Then they probably don't let them use as much. They probably make them go through rehab at certain points.
No, there was a couple places you could bring your own in.
Well, they give them methadone here, and from what I hear, you can quit heroin cold turkey and live, but you can't quit methadone cold turkey and live. So, I'm not sure it's anything worse than that.
Methadone is actually more addictive.
That's what I heard.
Yeah.
The reason most of them are on heroin around here is because the doctors gave them all this stuff and got them hooked, and then, for whatever reason, took them off of it all at once.
Well, and see here, they're making such a big deal, especially since we're a supposed legal marijuana state.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, they want to show that they've cut down on pills, and so it's very hard to get painkillers.
Yeah.
Well, some people need them. And those are the people, especially the older ones that are hurting. They're going to get heroin if they can't get anything else,
Here you can get any painkiller you want. That's no problem.
Not here.
You'll have it in your hand before you leave the hospital. You don't even have to go to the pharmacy.
Yeah, they used to have it at the hospital, but they don't have much there anymore. I think they make you go to a pharmacy anyway, and you better hope one's open.
That's the thing. Everybody that wants them for, other reasons, they just go to the hospital at night when all the pharmacies are closed, and they'll just hand it to them.
I'm here. I'm here. I had a big phone call. That's why I muted. Sorry.
It's all right.
It's okay. It's the beauty of having more than a person. If somebody can go fool around, I'll mute my mic and wash a few dishes,
Oh man, no, I had to.
Hey Lorraine, you want added to the call? Just let me know.
Huh?
I was asking Lorraine if she wants added to the call. She's in the chat.
I can't hear you.
Can't hear me?
Yeah, try that again. What did you say?
I said Lorraine's in chat.
Where is she?
That's why I just asked her if she wants to come on, just to let me know.
Well, what the fuck? Okay. Let me see if I can. Is she on Facebook right now?
She's on YouTube chat.
Oh!
That's the only chat I got open. Okay, I was just checking. She said maybe later.
Is she coming?
She said maybe later.
Hello?
Something's wrong on your end.
Hello?
I'm just hearing static. Oh, I can barely hear you, Tana.
Okay.
I don't know.
What the fuck?
I can hear everything just fine.
Okay.
Not me. I could. When she started complaining, I could hear just fine, and now I can't.
I don't
Yeah.
know.
It's weird. It sounds staticky. Sounds weird.
Yes, and it sounds like you're in the bottom of a well.
Yeah, I can hear.
Yeah.
I can hear both of you just fine.
Yeah, see, to me, you sound like you're in a well, too.
Why don't you dump us and pick us back up,
All right.
Lucky?
All right. Okay.
Okay, we back?
We are. I gotta call her back though. Okay.
Hello.
Yeah.
There she is.
Sounds better to me.
Yeah, much.
Okay.
Much better.
Yeah, I could hear both of you before. I'm showing a full signal on Skype.
Oh. Yeah.
Sometimes it just happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lorraine doesn't want to come talk to us yet.
Nah, she said later.
Okay. Yep, yep. You're gonna laugh at me, but when with your thing, it shows your name as being William,
Yeah.
and I seriously thought you were you and Bill New York were the same person.
No.
So when you said you had an issue with Bill, I thought you were fucking with me.
No.
So then I switch over to the other channel to see Bill New York. I go, okay,
Yeah.
what the fuck?
Yeah.
It took me a minute.
Yeah, he's in New York. I'm in Ohio.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm saying it. That, I don't know. And I know when I met you on his channel, didn't I? Or did I meet
No.
him on yours?
No, it was here.
Well, then okay. Well, shit, I'm trying to figure out how the fuck I met him.
I don't know about him, but yeah, both of you two here came here first. I don't remember how the whole thing was now, but
Yeah, I was stunned when you said you two have an issue.
It's hard to imagine Lucky having an issue with anybody, so.
Exactly.
So this other guy must be a jerk.
long story.
We don't need to hear it here. It's fine.
Yeah, no. No.
Not
No,
considering everything we're saying is being recorded.
Nobody knows who we're talking about.
Most of them do.
He's always been nice to me.
Good.
He's always. So I don't know. I don't want to know.
I think I actually remember something about it. But that means nothing. Can you see any constellations, Tana?
If you look at the sky long enough, you'll pick out something.
Well, there are 3 stars right in a row.
Yeah.
That must be part of something.
Hard to tell.
Yeah, I don't think we've had really clear skies at night all week. It's hot and sunny all day, but then at night, it just sucks the moisture in off the ocean, and that's it.
It's been a little over 2 weeks here.
I saw a few videos from people in Ohio. They were doing things in the rain. I was like,
Yeah.
could be worse. It could be Louisiana.
Yeah. We didn't get hardly any rain here.
That's good, I guess.
And we're like 4 inches below for the year.
Hmm.
Yeah, we haven't.
I don't know what we are.
We haven't had much here.
We could use some more right about now. We do have some fires in Oregon, and we've got some in California. I thought I saw a new one today in Washington too, Tana. I thought I did. So that happens on the West Coast.
Yeah, I live streamed a couple of them.
It's kind of is interesting. I was listening to something, and this Indian person was saying how they knew how to manage the forest, and I thought, I've read a lot about the Indians, and I know how they used to manage forests. They used to catch them on fire It's not like they logged them. They
Yeah.
burnt them. Hey, I can do that. I don't think anybody'd appreciate it though.
That's actually a common practice around.
Yes, it is.
Just because I've seen even during the middle of them fighting a forest fire, they'll set other parts on fire.
Well, they set a backfire. What they do is they make a controlled burn.
Yeah.
Usually they dig a ditch, and then on the other side, the fire side of it, they'll do a line of fire. And what that does, they burn it for like, several yards, because if the fire comes this way, it'll run out of fuel because it's the grass and the brush is already
Yeah.
burnt up, and hopefully it won't jump. But a fire starts its own weather system, and it makes like fire hurricanes or tornadoes,
Yeah.
and it can jump over a big road. It can jump quite a ways, so they might not have time to make it big enough,
Hello?
or it could change direction.
Yeah, you finally get back.
Tana,
Yeah. What
you
happened?
guys have a fire in Washington, don't you?
Yeah.
That's what I
do
thought
have-
I saw today.
What the fuck? Yeah, they're evacuating areas.
Wow.
I got disconnected for a minute.
I know it.
What the fuck?
You lost connection. You got a weak signal or something?
Huh?
Well, we're the only ones here.
Yeah, I don't know.
We're the only
Oh,
ones
yeah.
here anyway.
Okay.
There's nobody else at this whole Skywatch.
Huh.
Holy shit.
Everybody else left.
Well, damn. Nobody
Who
loves-
didn't take a bath?
I did.
Me too.
Okay, so must be one of the cats. Oh shit, your live stream's not up either.
It is on my end.
It's not on my end. Hold on. I'm trying to. Fuck, everything just kind of went in. There it goes. Here we are. Alright. And there's only two of us out here.
3.
I don't think it counts for me.
Oh. Sorry, guys. I had to do a task for a minute, a computer task. Something simple, but and nothing simple this late in the evening. Oh, I feel a cool breeze somewhere. That makes me happy.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
You got a bad
Yeah.
internet connection.
Apparently.
I can hear you better now. That helps.
Good. It's like, what the fuck? I keep getting dumped. Like, what the hell?
It's very strange.
Yeah, it is. Very weird indeed. Is Lorraine in here?
I think so.
Lorraine, hello.
She might be in the chat.
Uh,
Yeah, I haven't seen nothing fly by on the screen for a while.
yeah, neither.
Earlier there was.
You found somebody's kitty in a Christmas tree.
There's a satellite just flew by.
Oh, is that what that was? It went by real slow.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're always real small. Should see another one here in a minute.
Now explain to me, how is it you see the satellite?
There's one on there now. That's just the way my camera picks them up.
Well, that's kind of cool.
Like I said, I can't see none of them stars if I go outside. Maybe a couple of the real bright ones. But that's it.
Yep.
I'm still fiddling around. That's why I'm quiet.
That's all right. I'm trying to get this fucking joint to light up and stay lit. That and I'm waiting for my boyfriend to get off work.
Ah.
Yeah.
Well, he works late.
Yeah, well, he's always at work.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He does volunteer work. And
Oh.
He busts his ass.
Hmm.
He worked Gym Fest this weekend. And he still helped him tear down.
Wow. A busy guy.
Yep, yeah. Shit, they had him work. Well, he worked 2 days back to back straight through. I think he got maybe 4 hours sleep.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
That's too much.
well, he can be a workaholic,
Mm-hmm.
but you know,
Yeah, I've been single so long I couldn't. It's hard to imagine what it'd be like to actually be with somebody, dating somebody.
yeah, I love him to death. So
That's cool.
yeah,
I
yeah.
don't know though. There is this cute cashier at the grocery store though I've been talking to though.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
The one-
I never thought much of it at first. You know, I figured because she's younger than I am, and I didn't really think too much of it. And I was in the store the other day getting some stuff, and she says, "I haven't seen you here for a while." You know, I'm like, "Dang." So I talked to her for a little bit. Yeah,
Well,
she's,
yeah,
yeah, I'm 33 and she's like 24.
go for it.
And the only
She's-
reason I knew how old she was, because she looks young enough, that's why I was afraid to even say anything for a while. I wasn't even sure if she was like 18. She looks young. And I was like, oh man, I don't know. So I just happened to be I was at the pharmacy one day, not the same one at the grocery store, but the one here on CVS. And just so happened her and her mom was in front of me in line. So I got to hear her birth date. So that's how I knew. She had to get her birth date to get her medicine. So that's
Oh,
how
you
I was
sneaky
that's
little
how-
devil.
That's how I was able
Yeah,
to know
you
that.
are.
I'm like, hey, she's over 18, so you know, it ain't a total loss. You know, at least I ain't got to worry about getting in trouble.
What's funny is my boyfriend is 10 years younger than me, and I'm 50. And when he first asked me out 15 years ago, I told him to fuck off. I thought he was too young. Here we are 15 years later, and
Yeah.
it took me that long to finally say yes, I'd go out with him. Now I'm kind of kicking myself. I didn't think of it sooner. But, yeah, I thought he was too...
Everything happens for a reason.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, with my,
That big of an age difference matters less the older you get.
Yeah, exactly. When you're 30, that 10-year age gap is a big deal.
means more,
You're
yeah.
50, not so much.
Well, and it means less of a deal. You know, my first marriage, I was actually 17, and I married somebody 13 years older than me. And it's a much bigger deal then. You know,
Yeah,
10 years would have helped a little, but maybe. Not that one, but
yeah. My boyfriend is. Oh man, he's he's the bomb. I love that man. Oh my god. Yeah.
Well, anybody to wait around that long,
Exactly.
you know.
Exactly. Um. Well, it's not just that. I mean, he's a good man. He treats me good.
That's the main
Yeah,
thing.
well, that we, God, we laugh. He makes me laugh harder than anybody I know.
Well,
Wow.
when you can be with somebody to where you can actually relax just like you're just friends, you know,
Right?
and it's not all walking on eggshells 24/7
No,
because you're always
no.
afraid you're going to say the wrong thing. You know, I've been through that. That don't work.
doesn't work for long, but you know, there's different cycles, and I think it goes by age. I think if you're younger, there's just you know, you're still growing up too, you know, and I think that, especially the age you are lucky for about the next 10 years, not really 10, probably more like 8, but say 10 of that are a little more difficult for relationships, you know.
Yeah,
For men, I think women usually grow up emotionally a little quicker, but not always, you know.
Around here, I don't know. I've dated a couple of basket cases.
Well, in little towns, sometimes they're a little more grown up, I
You
think,
know,
but
I always
this
get to the point and make the comment that shutting me off's bad enough, but I could deal with that if you'd shut the rest of the town off too. You know.
oh, yeah, that's crap.
Yeah.
yeah. Little towns, though, I think, I don't know. They they tend to be a little bit more family oriented, and I think that's what makes the difference because people tend to take shit a little bit more seriously when it comes to relationship.
Yeah.
I do think that's part of it, and I think another is, you know, like small town people, a lot of their parents have their own industry or something, and you know, they
Right.
usually work when they're younger. They usually pitch in. You know, they're raised differently than they are in the city.
Right. Well, they have more sense of manners, you
That
know.
too.
Well, that and well, things have sure changed here, but when I was younger and stuff, even things. You got to watch what you do because whatever you do, the news will beat you home. I
Oh,
mean,
Same
damn.
here.
you can't get away with nothing.
No,
And
no.
now people don't even really care, but
Well, I actually, my family grew up next door to my husband's family, so we come from the same
yeah,
background, you know, and we were
Wow.
raised in the same little town. We are actually raised in a little town about 10 miles away that's even smaller. It's not even on the map, you know, right on the ocean.
it's kind of
Yeah.
interesting with my dad. My grandma, she passed away when Dad was only 13, so I never got to meet her. But still interesting when Dad was born, like literally, still in the hospital. My grandma that I've got now, Dad's stepmom, was in the next room, so giving birth to what is now Dad's stepbrother, and they never even knew each other for probably 30 years after that. But it was just kind of weird how they were right side by side, and then ended up this many years later.
Right.
It's crazy how things work out. I'm in Ohio, Hazmat.
Oh, hazmat's back, huh?
Yep.
I'm back to multitasking. Sorry. Uh,
That's one thing I'm pretty good at.
I'm not. I'm not.
No, me neither. I do it, but it doesn't mean I'm good at it.
Right?
Yeah, I'm pretty good at it. I can keep up with this live, Skywatch. I can watch TV and have another chat going all at the same time.
Oh shit.
I, the only thing I got to be careful with though is because I've got two monitors on my computer. If I'm typing in two different chat rooms, I got to make sure the words are going to the room I'm looking at. Sometimes
Right.
I'll forget to click on the correct room, so I'll type something and it'll either get taken completely the wrong way or nobody understands. I'm like, wrong room.
Oh man.
Pumpkin patch, yeah. Lorraine, there'll be plenty of those here very soon. Our close to 1 ton pumpkins. Whether they'll get that big this year, I don't know, but the main grower that's here that grows those large ones, he guaranteed a 2,000-pound pumpkin this year, so I don't know. Be interesting to see if he actually is able to do it.
Do you guys do the pumpkin toss and shit?
Nah, not here in town. North of us does, though. County north of us.
That's cool.
Yeah, they'll do all kind of weird stuff with them. Take a 1,500-pound pumpkin and drop it on a car or something.
Oh damn.
Just different stuff.
Find ways to be amused.
This year, I'll take my camcorder up there and film it when they do the weigh-in, and I'll make a video of it. But it's always neat though to see them though. They do get big. 1,964 pounds is the biggest one that they've grown here so far.
Holy crap.
That was 3 or 4 years ago.
Damn.
Yeah, it's pretty big. But you gotta have a lot of room though.
Yeah.
And you better live next to a creek or something because your water bill will be outrageous.
Oh, no kidding.
Because I remember a year before last, that woman, she won and she got like $2,500 first prize, and she said it wouldn't pay her water bill.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you're talking probably close to 500 gallons a day.
See, I'm just thinking, oh, man. I can't imagine how having a water bill that high
Yeah.
would be worth just doing that.
Yeah, it's just because the only people that can enter the competition, it has to be grown in this county. So you can't come from nowhere else, so it's always been kind of just a bragging rights thing. But yeah, you got to have 900 square feet minimum to grow one pumpkin.
Damn.
A lot of room. I didn't know that till last year talking to one of the growers.
Huh.
Yeah, they bury all the vines underground to keep the animals and stuff from gnawing on them.
Damn. I didn't realize it was.
Yeah,
Oh.
I mean, there's one guy that he's just on the outskirts of town, and he's the one that usually wins. He's got a creek behind his house. He's an eye doctor. He got all kind of money. But driving by there, you can see him. Yeah, there is a place called the Pumpkin Patch Hazmat. It's right around the corner from my house. A little farm market. But yeah, they definitely get big. I'll put a link in YouTube chat. Let everybody see some pictures.
There you go.
And they make the largest pumpkin pie there and all that.
I imagine after a while you get tired of pumpkin.
There's so many things that people make. It's got pumpkin in it. Everything you can imagine.
Oh, I can imagine, yeah.
Just anything. Either pumpkin or a pumpkin spice or something.
Oh, pumpkin's one of those fruits that's just really, I don't know, you can do a lot with it.
Yeah.
Same thing with zucchini.
Yeah.
All those zucchinis are veggie. Is pumpkin considered a vegetable?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I was just saying, I know it's a gourd.
Yeah, it's like a squash, so.
Yeah. I just wasn't sure if it was considered to be the same thing as. Uh,
Yeah, I've experimented how long you can keep those too. And even though you can can them and stuff, if you let them just sit there and it's some kind of cool and dark and you make sure they don't start rotting,
Yeah.
they'll last all year. They'll probably lose some nutrition, but they'll be fine.
Yeah.
really,
Mm-hmm.
good to know.
I grew some pumpkins last year, but I don't know what happened to them. As soon as there was nothing inside, it would just, as soon as you pulled it off the vine, they would deflate like poking a hole in a basketball.
How strange.
They were weird. I don't know. Bad year.
I would
again.
grow a different kind.
Just a bad
Yeah.
year. We didn't get hardly any rain, but the growers for the pumpkin show though, they always like it when we don't have any rain. They'd prefer it.
Well,
But-
because the leaves get powdery mildew really
No,
easy
that's
if it rains.
they control the water themselves. They would
Huh.
they would rather give the water when they want to, not when Mother Nature does.
Right,
Right.
right. And then you can water it where you want, not all over the leaves.
Yeah.
Well, that and I imagine it probably fucks up their watering schedule when it rains.
Yeah. But it doesn't take long to grow those big ones. About 90 days.
That's it.
That's it. That's what it took the guy last year that won.
Wow.
And that was 1,666 pounds.
Holy
One
shit.
thing about those big pumpkins is they prefer the ground temperature to pretty well remain at about 70 degrees, and that doesn't happen where I live.
They use heating pads here. Keep warm.
It's a good idea.
yeah.
You're that into it, which I'm not.
And then for too much sun or anything, they always keep them under a tarp. Build like a little tent over top of it.
Well, you know, when the Amish put out their first shoots, they take old sheets and
Yeah.
kind of block the sun with them because they get 50%. It gets 50% of the sunlight off of it, so you know that helps.
Oh man.
You gonna make it?
Maybe. The sun is still up. Sort of. It's starting to go down. And it's 8:07. And I'm just wondering. I don't know. Between waiting for my boyfriend to show up and waiting to see what's going to happen here, I'm like trying to keep an eye out for the door and trying to keep an eye open for this. And trying to do this while I'm multitasking here too. And it's like very distracting. Debating on maybe going to make dinner. I haven't eaten yet.
Go eat. Go make dinner.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna go make dinner. I'll connect up with you guys in a bit.
All right.
Alright. Later.
Bye bye.
Bye.
There just went what looked like a meteor. I don't know for sure though.
Sorry that you hear my loud typing.
It's all right.
People ask me questions late in the evening. I don't know why. It's like talking to me before 6 in the morning. You know, it's just not going to happen. Don't expect my brain to function that well. I'm having to look in different groups and, all that.
Yeah.
Figuring out who the new leads in different groups and things are. And I'm having to work for a minute. I don't think that's fair.
I haven't done nothing all day.
Oh, I have, but not enough.
Shoot, I ain't never got anything to do.
Well, see, I could use you as my next door buddy. Heck yeah, I could keep you busy even at your house, come to think of it. Oh. I think they're going to quit talking to me now, but it's not positive. Let's take a look at the sky now. Oh, the stars are all different from the last time I looked.
Yeah.
Yep, moving up. You can almost see them visually moving, too, across the screen. That's how fast they go.
Yeah, it doesn't take long.
Oh, I see Lorraine talking in there again.
Yeah.
She's hungry, too. Tana must have made her hungry.
Yeah.
Did we ever talk about Chris Ann Hall? Seems to me we did. I get to us. She's coming to town here.
Yeah.
In a couple of days, in fact. I'll be gone for a couple nights in a row because she has a thing in my town and then in the next town. And I'm part of security for her, so I have to go. But she's a very interesting lady. I'm going to put that link right in chat, I guess. So anybody that wants to check her out.
Yeah.
She's like a constitutionalist person. She's a lawyer. She's smart. I like her. It'll be fun to get to hang out. I guess she goes all over the country, too.
Yeah. People like that, I mean, it seem to do a lot of traveling. I never did care much for traveling too much.
No, I'm not a big traveler either. And I've been, when I was younger, I'd been to most of the United States. And I always liked my home better, I'd even been to Hawaii once. I was like, oh, this is pretty, but I like my home better. My home's prettier, And I don't really have a desire to go to another country and catch God knows what. It's like, if I want to travel, the United States is very large. It's larger than most of Europe, Why would I ever want to leave my own country?
And you can experience a lot of that same type of culture even here. If you go to the right places.
Yeah, sure. Well, I'd have to go to a city to experience
Well, yeah.
that much different culture, but Oregon is all different. We've got mountains and desert, and the Ponderosa, that series that was
Yeah.
made here. So part of it looks like that, and then I live in a subtropical rainforest.
Our my state here just has nothing. There, there's nothing here worth coming for. You got Lake Erie up there, and that's it.
Huh.
There's this state sucks. There's nothing.
Maybe you should take your parents and the little cashier and move.
I'd never get my parents to go nowhere.
That's possible.
I'd sure like to though.
Uh-huh. Well, it's hard to start over when you're older.
Well, it's not that. It's just their parents and stuff.
Oh. Your grandparents are still alive.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, my parents were younger people. They weren't the oldest in their family, so by the time I was your age, I didn't have any grandparents, unfortunately. And they lived to be about 90. They were, so they were 60 something when I was born. They were older.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I ain't doing nothing.
I hear clicking.
Put my pistol back together.
That's what it sounded like, but I didn't want to say that. But you did.
I don't care. I got pictures of all my guns online anyway. I don't care.
You're already on every list, huh?
I'm on most of them, I'm sure.
Kitty, what's the matter? What's the matter with you? What's the matter with my kitty? You gonna meow? You don't meow very much. Except when she's feisty. When she's feisty. It's got cobwebs all over. She's up in the windowsill. You're very funny. Indeed. I can't imagine this cat outside, she jumps up and falls off of things all the time. I can only imagine what harm she would cause herself outside. No sense of balance like most cats do, but she doesn't know that.
Yeah, mine just, like I say, he does everything. Anything he wants.
Mm-hmm.
There's my pistol. Turn my camera on.
Okay, just a minute. Da-da-da-da-da. Let me see here.
I got my my other one's in the safe, but
Very nice.
that's the one I carry anyway.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I can hit what I'm aiming at, that's all that matters.
That's all that matters. They're for short range.
No, it'll go a lot farther than you think, accurately.
Will it?
Oh, yeah.
That's good.
I usually practice just 25 yards, but it'll go. I've seen guys dead accurate with it 100 yards.
Wow.
I just haven't really practiced it much longer than 25 yards. That's plenty. That's as short as I can practice at the range here.
Well, they're not meant for farther than that. They're pretty much self-defense.
Yep. But,
And you probably never need them until you do.
yeah, you never know.
You never know.
I got my 22 up here somewhere. My old one. Yeah, I bought it at an auction last summer.
I know lots of women that carry all the time, because things happen. I know one that was in a public restroom and a bunch of guys, when she opened the door,
Yeah.
pushed in,
Yeah.
And I don't know what happened to her, but I know that she always carried after that, always,
I carry everywhere I go. I don't care.
Most people do, yeah. Lots of people do.
I don't care if gun-free zone or not.
Mm-hmm. There is no gun-free zone according to the Constitution.
No. Most places, we got very few around here anyway. We can carry just about anywhere. And it's not even that big a deal if you get caught.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it is a trespassing charge if you stay there long enough for the cops to show up.
Well, if it's a private business, I won't go in. I mean, not that I believe there should be one, but I just won't go to that business. I figure it's their business and they can decide for themselves, and I can decide where I'm going to spend my money.
And legally, they have to ask you to leave first. They can't just call the police on you. And if you're dumb enough to stay there, well, that's your problem.
Yeah.
Now, some hospitals we can carry, some we can't. It depends. Now, a local hospital here you can carry. But you go
I'll bet you can't at ours, that I don't know.
The only places you can't are hospitals that have any kind of like a mental health ward, which ours don't.
Oh, ours does.
If you got mental health, section, then you can't.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
Show me that one. I just noticed you had a different one.
Yeah, my 20.
Oh, that's a nice one, yeah.
I bought it at an auction. It was like $100.
Good deal now, huh?
You can buy them brand new for not much more. It was just one of them, I don't know, bought it for whatever reason. I bought my dad one brand new for Father's Day, I don't know, last year I think.
Mm-hmm.
His looks a little different, but same gun though, just different grips.
Mm-hmm.
I want to get me a 20 gauge next. I got a single shot 20 gauge, but I want to get me a pump one. I can order one, but I just hadn't done it yet.
I see Gatorade bottles all over your room.
Oh yeah. There's a bunch of them.
I wonder if those are good for kidneys. Gatorade.
I don't know.
I don't know either. I'm gonna Google that right now because I'm just that inclined.
Yeah, my other Glock I got the bigger version of it, and it's got night sights on it, but this one don't.
Oh, now I have to look again.
I didn't put them on this one. Yeah, it's just 10 shot.
Uh-huh.
The other one I got's 15 shot. I got a 33 round magazine I can put in it,
Wow.
but it sticks out about 6 inches below the gun.
That's a nice one.
Yeah.
Well,
That's the nice
now
thing.
let me see.
That's the nice thing about Glocks is all the magazines are interchangeable.
Sports drinks and kidney stones. Because they contain potassium and sodium in their ingredients, it is assumed these salts contribute to an increased urinary calcium excretion, causing the formation of kidney stones. Oh, what's the date on this article? This article was last year. It's a year old, but it says there is little or no evidence suggesting a relationship.
Yeah.
Just keep hydrated.
Drinking our tap water will give you kidney stones.
That's possible.
Well, doctors ordered Dad not to drink our tap water. I mean, because I've done it. You can take a tea kettle and put it on the stove and let it boil just about dry, and you can get a handful of rocks out of it, which is all the calcium and lime. And they're big as rocks you can get out of your driveway. Yeah, our water is just barely on the legal limit.
Awful.
Because they haven't upgraded our treatment facility since the early 70s.
Yeah, well, they haven't ours either, but they keep putting a bunch of fluoride in it, more than normal even.
Ours is just a lot of chlorine. You can smell it.
Yeah, we got a lot of chlorine in it too. And God knows what else.
If you don't put some stuff in like the washing machine and stuff, it'll look like you bleached your clothes, even if you don't put nothing in there.
Oh, really?
Depending on what colors and stuff you have.
Huh.
Yeah, our water's terrible. Our river down there, that thing's the most polluted place around.
Yeah, I remember the rivers in Indiana being pretty polluted too.
Well, DuPont and all the factories dump into ours. You can walk right by there, big pipes sticking out, and see the stuff going in the water.
Nasty.
PPG, they're a bad one, and they're dumping mostly lead in the water.
Ugh.
Because they make lead paint.
Oh my goodness.
When if they're done, or if they got to just flush out the lines for a new batch, if they're making a different color, it all goes right in the river. And it's not filtered or nothing. You just dump straight in. It's legal as long as they pay. Which is crazy, but This town doesn't care about anything but making money. Because you can go north or south of us, either way, and none of the other cities let hardly anybody dump anything. Here, they don't care.
Mm-hmm.
As long as they can make a buck
No,
off of it.
it's just the little person that they're going to pick on for that.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, they let the factories do stuff like that, like I say, because they're getting big money. But if somebody were to go shoot,
I see one on the screen at the top left, a little teeny one.
probably satellite.
Could be.
But yeah, if you're just a regular person and dump anything, they'll want to hang you. Don't even matter if it was anything that would be considered a pollutant. I know guys that's got in trouble just because they went and shot a deer or something and skinned it out and throwed the hide in the river. They can get a big fine for it. And that wouldn't hurt anything.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, if your cow poops 500 yards from the river, you'll probably lose your whole ranch. But, you can dump lead into it all day long and they could care less, right?
They got a guy that just bought a bunch of land here right along the river. His cows play in the river all the time. He bought the
they shut down most of our farms, and most of them are on the lowland, and there's water and rivers everywhere, so it's quite difficult to be a farmer in Oregon now.
Well, all the land up and down our rivers is all private.
Mm-hmm.
Even the land under the water.
Well, you can't own land like that here. They've decided that, first they decided that nobody owns the beach and that land, that's a certain amount from the water, and then now they've decided they own all the water, even the water that falls in our yards. We can only catch it off of an existing structure. And I'm not sure if that means if you build a new one, if you're allowed to do that. I'm not sure that's true.
I had the cops called on me a couple years ago, me and a friend of mine, we was catching bait out of the creek to go fishing, and a guy owned the land that we was standing on, and we was out in the middle of the water.
I'll be darned.
They run us off. Now, if you're in a boat or something that floats, then they're fine, because you can't buy the waterway. But the land underneath of it, you can buy it. That's what that farmer did. They bought all that land. He's got a bunch of Black Angus cows. And you can see him, though. Walk out in the river, walk around. But he owns all the land across, because when the water goes down, there's a couple islands out there. Not real big. They're not very big, but they're there, so he went ahead and bought those too. But them cow, though, they'll go all the way across the river, but they won't go up on the other side.
Interesting.
Stay right at the edge, and then they'll turn around and go back their own way.
Cows are weird.
It's weird to watch them too, because it reminds you of one of them old John Wayne movies or something. Seeing all these cows coming down the river.
Yeah. I used to work on a dairy, and we'd have to go get them every morning.
This guy
herd them to the barn.
Yeah, this guy that's got them here, he don't even live nowhere close here. There's nobody watching these cows. They're all on their own. He just comes in about once a month and restocks the feed thing, and that's it. Nobody's around. They're all on their own. They got a lot of room. It's not real wide, but it's a real long stretch.
They're probably fine, Beef cows are probably living happy.
Yeah, if somebody had a decent-sized boat, you could go down there at night and shoot one, have that thing butchered in your freezer before anybody knew anything.
Yeah, that's quite a bust.
It'd be easy to do.
Probably grand larceny and all kinds of shit.
Oh yeah, if you got caught. It wouldn't be hard to do, though, and get away with it. Because you're right there in the water. If you killed the thing and butchered it right there,
I suppose so.
Any scrap, just throw it in the water.
I wouldn't take another person's cow, though.
Oh, I wouldn't either, but I know a lot of people that would, though.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of people do a lot of things.
Yeah, they got some crazy laws. Even our hunting laws around here are getting crazy. I mean, nobody tags in their, deers and stuff anymore. Shoot all of them you want.
Well, I know in Georgia you can pretty much shoot as many as you want, but boy, you gotta have tags here. And they live for that stuff. There's people all over in the woods, them forest cops.
Shoot, I know people that's hunted the same woods public land for 30 years and never seen nobody. It doesn't matter anyway. I mean, yeah, you got a tag, but it doesn't mean much. You don't have no check-in stations.
Oh, well, if you're caught here with a dead one and you didn't tag it immediately, you might as well just poached it.
Well, yeah, we can tag it and take it home, throw that paper tag away, and use another one. You print them off your computer.
Good Lord.
If you want to, if you're legally supposed to, tag it in to get the metal tag for your deer like we used to, well, you got to call it in on the phone and they'll mail it to you in about 6 to 8 weeks.
Huh.
So there's no way to prove anything. People just go to Walmart, buy your hunting license and your deer tag, which they print off on regular printer paper, and they tell you to take them home and make several copies in case you lose it or it gets wet. So people make a bunch of copies, and then they shoot something in the woods, they tag it just to get it home, throw the paper tag in the trash, and go back out the next day. There's no way to prove anything. But most of the time, you never see no game wardens or nothing. We don't even have a game warden in this county.
We do.
We only had any county just about only has one per county.
We got game wardens, fish and wildlife. We got BLM. They're all armed with lots of weapons and equipment and good binoculars. Yeah, they're ridiculous. You can't, used to be we'd take the whole family clan and you all had a limit. And so everybody'd get a license. You can get a license at any age, and we'd help the kids dig because they could never dig them all. Some of them were hard. Now, whoever has a license has to dig their own clams, and if they see you helping somebody, like an elderly person, if we saw old guys out there, we'd stop and help them. You can't do that anymore.
Yeah,
Ridiculous.
You can get pie with just about anything around here. Very rare to run into any kind of a game person. Now, if you're at one of the public, hunting land or something, it's right at a state park, then you might run into a ranger or something. But other than that, I mean.
Yeah. Well, see here, between the state and the feds, they own most of Oregon.
Yeah.
It's like 80% or something,
Craziest place I heard about, and I talked to a guy last year. It was in an archery chat room. He was from Montana, and he said that they have more game wardens than anywhere. It was
wow.
He said it was 7 miles to walk to his tree stand in the forest that he hunted, and he said nobody would even take their bows or any of their equipment home, leave it all hanging in a tree and go home. There were so many game wardens. He said you didn't have to worry about it. They would check. They would check on your stuff when you wasn't there.
Huh.
He said if you sat there for 8 hours, you might see 15 or 20 different game wardens.
Good Lord.
They would just more or less police the whole area. Yeah, I wouldn't want to walk 7 miles anyway, one way. I could, but I wouldn't want to. I've done some long hikes and stuff, but...
Yeah, I've walked that far many a time, but I don't choose to if I can avoid it.
The farthest hike I done here was 36 miles in one day. That's been my record.
That's pretty good.
And that took me... I started about around 7 in the morning and got done about 7:30, 8 o'clock at night.
The average person that's not too young or not too old and with no disability, and at just a steady pace, 20 miles and anything more than that's a little tiring. That's a good walk for the day. That's what you can pretty well expect out of people, and that's probably not in the woods either,
Yeah, it was 95 degrees I'd done it that day too.
Oh, forget that.
Very hot. Yeah. Yeah, it was, we walked some woods, creeks and stuff. We walked some roads. We went to the next town over. 36-mile round trip. I wasn't sure how far it was really till a few days later. I had Mom drive the route that we took and measured it out. But it wasn't bad. It wasn't
pretty far.
Yeah, it was fun though. It wasn't too bad. It wasn't planned either. I just jumped up and done it. Never, not for any reason. But it wasn't too bad though. Just hot more than anything.
Yeah, that'll take it out of you.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the heat will zap you quicker than just about anything.
It's probably why you drink Gatorade, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't drink too much, like Coke, Pepsi anymore. Once in a while. Not as much.
Doesn't really help if it's hot.
No.
I drink tea or lemonade.
Yeah, I like lemonade.
And I make it myself.
Yeah. I just gotta watch it though, because the lemonade, I like it, but the acid hurts my mouth after a while.
I think it's actually kind of more towards the salt. I'm not sure it's super acidic so much, but yeah, it can make your mouth sore if it's too strong. That's for sure.
The gas station around the corner from me, they got a new milkshake. It's a lemonade milkshake. I never heard of one, but I saw it advertised. Said it was something new. Might be pretty good. I don't know. Yeah, I had to rearrange stuff today. About all I did. I moved my gun cabinet, rearranged my gun safe, running out of room. Try not to fill it too quick, but it's getting there.
Yep. Everything's always a project, isn't it?
Yeah, I swear them guns multiply like rabbits when I ain't looking. It gets bad when you got so many, you gotta dig through them to find the one you want.
Yeah, for sure. I can never find anything, even when I put it somewhere.
I had that trouble the other day. It took me 20 minutes going through my safe to find the right pistol I wanted to take to the range.
I just can't find things if I clean up, it seems. If I leave them in a pile, I know exactly where everything is. It doesn't make sense, but that's how it happens. Checking out the sky. Oh, two big stars.
Yep. Yeah, they was talking about trying to pass that constitutional carry here, but it never came up for a vote yet.
Constitutional carry.
Yeah,
What's that mean there?
Carry a handgun with no permit.
You shouldn't have to have a permit. That's perfect.
Most states are going that way.
That's wonderful. We're just in our state, we're going town to town, county to county, and trying to get them to pass what we call a Second Amendment ordinance. And what it means is that if the state or the federal government puts another gun restriction out there, that our law officers are not expected to uphold it, and they won't fund that action, because you know there's another clause, and it says that usually that you don't have to uphold a law that you can't, if they make another law and your county can't afford to enforce it, that they don't have to. And there's a lot of laws that our sheriff can't enforce that are good laws. And so it was just kind of put to him that if he can not enforce good laws, then why can't he not enforce a bad law? And he was all for it. So, you know, we went to some city council meetings, and sometimes they'd get it on the ballot, or sometimes the commissioners, the board, or whatever would just decide on their own to pass it, or, you know. We haven't failed yet, but they're all different too. Some are, it's up to the sheriff, and some are, it's up to the commissioners.
We've never even had to vote on any gun stuff. Our governor just signs off on everything.
Yeah, our governor tries to, but that's why if you do something local, then you can circumvent them, because the thing is that it starts with individual rights. That's where the most weight lies, and then it goes to local rights, and then it goes to state rights, and federal rights is last. Federal rights do not supersede everything, but individual rights do.
Yeah, our governor's pro-gun. He always has been.
That's wonderful.
He's always said that, you know, and he's always done it. And it's, I mean, even governors we've had in the past, the last 2 or 3, they've all been pro-gun.
Yeah, the problem starts when they start teaching in school and, the federal government decides the curriculum and they start teaching your children that guns are bad.
Yeah,
And they go to the doctor, they go, does mommy and daddy have a gun? Which is what they do in Oregon.
because we have
Think,
no, we
and,
have,
and then they brainwash them
yeah, we have
into
no
thinking,
restrictions here. We can own anything.
that's great.
There is no restriction here whatsoever.
There shouldn't be.
And if I want a NFA item, which you got to go through a lot of paperwork and everything, but even on those, the sheriff is not allowed to say no. And they used to. You got to get your county sheriff to sign off on the paperwork, and it was up to them. But now they're not allowed to say no; they have to approve it.
Well, they should. They're really supposed to be the last stance to upholding our constitutional rights, and they have sworn an oath to uphold our constitutional rights, as most politicians have as well. But certainly, all police officers and the sheriff is. I mean, he's supposed to be for the people and to protect them
Yeah.
against unjust laws. That's his job most of all.
I wish we'd get someone, in the presidency or somewhere to get rid of that whole National Firearms Act, make things cheaper.
Well, just about every alphabet agency could be gone, and this nation would be a better place to live in, I think.
Just like buying a silencer, or if you want a short barrel rifle or shotgun. Man, that stuff gets expensive because you got to pay a $200 tax, and it'll take you close to a year to wait to get your tax stamp approved.
Well, and look at what they've done to the cost of ammo.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. And they don't make it so it lasts as well. That's...
Ammo here is still pretty cheap.
Is it?
Yeah, there's not a whole lot here that costs very much, unless you get into, your real large caliber stuff.
Right.
But it's not too bad. That's why I shoot a lot of, like my 9mm, I shoot a lot of it just because it's cheap. Cost me about
Yep.
$10 or so a box. 50 rounds.
It's not too bad, but, like you say, the bigger caliber guns, you're talking $1 a shell or more.
Yeah, some of them. It depends on what it is.
Yeah.
Mainly just how popular it is. If it's stuff they sell a lot of, then it's normally not as expensive as some of the other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Cheapest thing to shoot though is still shotgun. You shoot that.
Right.
That's the cheapest thing. It's like birdshot. I'll go out and just burn up a box of it. Sometimes just goofing off. I can buy 100 rounds for like $20.
That's nice.
So it's not too bad to just go out.
It's nice to target practice with.
Yeah, it's fun.
Of course, birdshot, hard to miss.
Yeah, well, you'd be surprised though.
Couldn't hit the side of a barn is an expression for a reason. Somebody couldn't.
Oh, just depends on how far away your target is. If your
True.
target's fairly close, birdshot won't spread. It'll make a hole about the size of a 50-cent piece. Now, if you get out there a little more distance where it'll open up, then yeah. But it just all depends on the range, how far away it is. But I like shooting a shotgun though to give your shoulder a good workout.
Yeah, well, 30-06. That'll do it.
I always like shooting deer slugs out of my 12 gauge. Just see how quick I can unload the whole gun. But we're only allowed 3 rounds in the gun if you're deer hunting, but if you go to the range, I just load all 6. Just blast them off real quick. They got them little mini shells out now. They're hard to find, but I've shot a few of them. They're pretty neat. They're only half size. They don't have much recoil to them.
Yep, you got to think about what you're doing before you shoot one of the bigger ones.
Oh yeah. Especially you shoot them 3-inch magnums. Them will put a hurting on you.
Well, that's not fun.
I've shot a few of them. I thought about buying me a 10 gauge just to have one. It was like shooting. Them things look like a stick of dynamite though. Them shells are big.
Yep. Some of them do look big. I stay away from those guns. Those are a little too big for me.
I'll shoot anything. I don't care.
Well, it's good to know how to shoot everything, but you know.
Not saying I'm going to own all them different calibers and things, but if I'm at the gun range and somebody's got something that I've never shot, I'll ask them. I don't care. They always let me. So I always say, let them shoot whatever I'm shooting if they want. The only thing I've never shot, though, as far as bigger calibers, is like the real large, like handguns and stuff. Haven't shot them. I've seen them though in 500 Magnums and stuff. Them things are unreal.
Good grief.
That's the most powerful handgun ever made.
I don't think I need that unless, I'm going to shoot a truck. I don't know.
Guys get them just to shoot anything they can, just have fun with them.
Yeah, just have fun.
That's the gun that'll kill anything on the planet. It's 50 caliber.
I'm talking to someone in chat. Senor Gomez.
Oh, yeah. Now, the Trump rally was earlier. There's a bunch of those I've been live streaming. They're all on there. As long as I pay close enough attention and get the... Well, I'm glad there is a delay, though, on those. Because it gives me a chance to mute the sound before the music comes on.
Yeah.
Copyright me every time.
Oh, good grief. Yeah, you were off for a couple days because of something silly. Oh, I saw a meteor, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe. Could have been a bug. It went from the bottom right corner up towards the left
Yeah, I
one.
saw it.
Did
Yeah,
you? You think?
I might have been a bug, though.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I've had a couple of the Trump things where I've got hit with the copyright, but I always got it fixed, though.
Mm-hmm.
And then the longest one that took forever to fix was when I live streamed the big wildfire out there in California. That took me about 8 hours to fix that video. Time I got it downloaded and fixed and re-uploaded. That was a 12-hour live stream. That's the longest stream I've done so far. I wasn't even home for that one. I just done it and left. I had a doctor's appointment and other stuff I had to do, so I just left the stream going.
And it just ran itself.
Yep.
I wonder if it talked to people while you were gone.
Don't need to when it's got the news on. All I did was played the live feed and I muted some of the sound on the live feed and played the police scanner for the area, the fire and all that. But yeah, when you're doing the actual news though, you gotta watch because man, they hit me for 2 copyrights and they were only 45 seconds worth of content.
Yeah. Well, see, I got my bow thing set up. I can set it up like it. It's not as good of a scanner as a scanner is. It's slower, but I've got it set on the fire channels and the police channels. So sometimes I just turn that on and dink around and kind of listen, see if anything's going on.
I got my police scanner, but you can listen to any scanner in the country online.
Mm-hmm. I know. And we do.
That's what I mainly use. Or you can even listen to them out of the country. I've listened to Australia, Canada, all over.
Mm-hmm.
Or I got the app on my phone that'll do the same thing, but I use it once in a while. Mainly just the one on the computer.
Yes, I haven't been forced to have one of those phones yet, but I see it coming in the future, and it won't make me happy.
Yeah, I've had mine for a long time.
Yep, I see the clouds coming in here. Let me go look out. See if I can see any stars at all. Well, I see a kitty in the window. Oh, it's not quite dark enough to know yet. The sky is, everything
Yeah.
else is black, but the sky's still kind of got a little blue in it, like
Yeah.
light blue, so not quite dark enough. I wonder what Tana's cooking us for dinner.
I don't know.
And Lorraine's supposed to come on at some time.
Yeah, she said she might. I think she fell asleep.
Oh, she may have. Maybe we put her to sleep.
Yeah, check out one of the rallies that I put up. There's a few of them there you can listen to.
Rallies. Oh, those are for Trump.
Yeah.
That's what that gentleman was asking for.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to watch the rally. We already watched the rally.
Yep.
I'm watching for a meteor. I command one to come across the sky immediately. Oh, my magic powers are failing. It didn't just happen. Well, I thought you guys were going to get hit by a big rainstorm. They kind of showed it going from Louisiana up. And I was like, huh. Because you guys can get a lot of rain up there.
Yeah. It's been cloudy and raining the last 2 weeks. But it's just not very much. Didn't amount to much. Even though it did rain a lot, but it was just real spotty.
Well, that's good. And no flooding, right?
No.
Do you ever flood that where you are?
No.
Well, that's nice.
There's nothing water-wise close enough to us to flood. I'm just far enough away from the river I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, those people in Louisiana thought they didn't have to worry about it either, but their county did something stupid.
Well, Louisiana, that whole place is bound to flood. They're below sea level.
Those people that flooded, some of them, weren't even in the 500-year floodplain.
Yeah.
They said that they flooded because they removed some big concrete barrier that was on the side of the road or something.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
But yeah, Louisiana is just below the ocean.
Mm. Well, Indiana is below sea level, but then it doesn't matter. It's not on the ocean,
'Cause I've seen maps and stuff, like topographical maps of like New Orleans, and literally you would have to drive uphill to get to the ocean.
They have free topographical maps online now.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're a new thing. I think they came out just a few weeks ago.
But that's just a weird to think about having to drive uphill to get to the ocean.
Yeah, it is, huh?
And they can't bury anybody underground, like in the dirt.
Well, they do in Indiana, and it's below sea level.
Well, yeah.
Not much.
Yeah, but there's a difference. You're not right on the ocean either.
Right.
Because down there, if they dig a hole very far, you're going to hit water real easy.
Well, you do around here, It depends.
They showed a lot of caskets floating down in them floodwaters.
I saw that. How yucky. That's like here. Most places don't have basements because
Yeah,
besides being on the ocean, even though there are places that are higher than sea level, like me, um, we get so much rain that
yeah,
it's it's pretty squishy. And basements have a lot of problems. So most people don't have them. And
yeah,
it's not like where you live where it's dry a lot of the time and
yeah,
then you get tornadoes. So there's a big use for a cellar and they work out well, but here not so much.
yeah. We don't get hard right here in town anyway. We don't get any severe weather of any kind ever.
That's nice.
Now you go 5 miles in any direction, you'll get tornadoes and anything you can think of. Nothing here.
You must be in a little protected pocket.
We're in a valley.
Ah,
Everything goes around us.
perfect.
You can watch it. You can watch the storms go all the way around us.
Hmm.
Every once in a while, something will pop up, but if it does, it's always way more mild than what it was just outside of town.
Right. Well, we've got some hills around us here, but we also live by a little slough and with some flat land, and it's very long. It kind of goes clear to the ocean. So sometimes, once they log that whole stretch too, there aren't the big trees there used to be. There's still a lot of trees, but there aren't the big, huge ones, that were there, and that changed it. And we get a little more wind here.
Yeah.
We can get it from a couple of directions.
Yeah, I used that one meme that, Brian, he comes in here once in a while. He made it the other night, and I took it and used it on my YouTube page. But talk about Donald Trump going to end the flooding in Louisiana.
Oh, really?
So when Donald Trump is president, he's going to raise Louisiana 6 feet with all the dirt excavated from building the Mexico Wall. No more flooding.
That's cute.
Yeah, he made that up the other night. I thought it was pretty neat, so I used it on a couple of videos as a thumbnail.
Yeah, he was just in Ohio too.
Yeah, I streamed it tonight.
Yeah, I saw that. I watched it. Listened to it.
CBS has got some horrible sound though. They echo. Their microphones are terrible.
Hmm. Maybe they can't afford good microphones there.
I don't know. CBS, they ought to have the money.
You'd think.
But I got aggravated yesterday. I was going to watch the NASCAR race because it got canceled Saturday night. It rained in Tennessee. And so I was going to watch it Sunday afternoon. They said it's going to be on at 1 o'clock, so I turned it on, and it said it got rained out, and they rescheduled it for tonight, they said, at like 7 o'clock or so. So I'm like, all right. So I was online earlier, and it was saying who won the race. And I'm like, well, who won? Supposed to be over. All the people in comments were complaining. The weather cleared up, so they went ahead and ran the race and didn't tell nobody.
Oh my goodness.
So unless the people just happened to be on that same channel at that point, might have known, but because what they was showing when I quit watching it yesterday was the replay from the race they had Friday night, the replay.
Hmm.
So I watched about half of it, then, I shut off my recording because it didn't say it was going to be, the current race, so I didn't record it. They ended up showing it anyway. That was kind of aggravating. It was the NRA sponsored race, too.
Oh man, especially since he'd been waiting for it for days.
Yeah, and then didn't even get to sit.
Not fair.
They had a cool logo on this one. It's a kind of a cryptid thing. They always talk about the cryptids, Bigfoot, and all that. Well, this one, since it was in Tennessee, they've always had a legend, and I heard it when I lived there. They got a lot of caves down there. And they got, supposedly, what they call a bass bat. It's a big mouth bass, but it's got the wings of a bat. And a lot of people have claimed they've saw it in these caves and stuff.
Maybe it's some experiment that escaped.
Well, there have been some scientists in the past. They said they can't prove if it actually exists, but they said that it is possible for a fish to actually have wings like that.
Well, some, I think there's a couple species that do, you know.
But these are talking like flying around in the sky like at nighttime like a bat.
Huh.
Don't need water.
Well, there's some that can do both, kind of crawl around, and that doesn't prove that
No.
fish turned into land creatures, because there really isn't proof of that, you know. There's just still, oddly enough, species they haven't discovered for some reason.
Yeah. We get a lot of those gar around here. I hate catching them things. All them teeth.
Mm.
Them things they're a nuisance more than anything. You catch
Yeah, somebody showed me some weird fish with a lot of teeth they'd caught in Florida. I was like, I wouldn't go fishing for that.
Yeah, I've caught them up here about 4 foot long.
Yeah.
They're not good for nothing. If you start catching those, you might as well leave, because there won't be nothing else in the area, because they'll eat anything.
Oh my goodness.
They're the toughest creature in the water. You can shoot them with a 22 and it'll bounce off.
Scary.
But now they're raising them and turning them loose intentionally down in the Mississippi River to combat those Asian carp they got down there.
What could possibly go wrong?
Yeah. I mean, the carp are bad. They do, because they have no predator. Nothing messing with them. So, and they're dangerous anyway, because I've seen them on TV. They don't have them quite this far north yet, but they're getting close. And they'll get 40, 50 pounds, but they can jump 8 foot out of the water.
Yeah.
And there's been people knocked out of their boats and stuff. They get places down there where, it's turned into a sport. Guys will ride their boats up and down the river, Mississippi River, and they'll shoot them with bow and arrow as they're flying up in the air. Which would be kind of fun. It'd be hard to hit one, but it'd be fun. I figure I'd just use shotgun. Put some bird shot or some buckshot in it. I'd blast them fish all day if they'd let me. That'd be kind of fun. But,
It would work.
Yeah. Just use steel shot like you would for ducks or something. That way you wouldn't be polluting the water with all the lead.
Right.
That's just where them foreigners come over here and they have stuff and turn it loose. And it's like there's a lot of places, in this state where they got them giant goldfish where people's had pets, and turned them loose, dumped them in the river, and they'll get 12 pounds.
Wow. I didn't know they'd get that big.
They'll get real big, yeah. Because they tell people not to dump them like that.
Right. But they do, and down there they live.
Yeah.
Well, you know that when Obama made them open up their floodgates and drain California of water,
Yeah.
it was supposed to be in defense of this fish, so that it would have enough water to live. And it's not even native to there. It's an invasive species.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
I seen where they killed all them fish out there at Yellowstone.
Yeah, I saw something about that. It's hard to know what's true and what isn't.
Well, I showed a video of them dumping the poison in the water.
Ah.
They do that some places. I've seen it in other places.
Mm-hmm.
That's a bad thing when they kill everything in the water.
Yeah, it is.
They said there won't be nothing left.
It can't be anything good they're dumping in there, that's for sure.
No, they said the water will be highly toxic for several years.
And kind of toxic for hundreds of years, probably.
They're dumping that stuff in there by like 50-gallon barrels.
Uh.
Dumping it. To kill off whatever this invasive species was. But then the problem is all the other animals just,
Yep.
eat the
They're all
fish
dead, too.
Eat the fish that are normally there. Yeah. I don't know. There always has to be some other way, but the easy way is not always the best way.
No, that's for sure. Quite often it is not.
Yeah. There ain't nothing moving in the sky.
Every time I look, I saw a bug. I can't say, that I didn't see anything, because I did see a bug. And I saw satellite.
Yeah, I saw some stuff earlier, but not much right now.
No, at least we can see the stars.
Yeah,
Unlike, the whole rest of the week.
yeah. Yeah, I got clear skies again tomorrow night, so
Uh-huh.
after that, I'm not sure. I haven't checked.
Right. They probably don't know that far ahead anyway.
Nah, they're not too accurate. Usually, I'll just ask the weatherman, and on Twitter, he always tells me. I talk to him all the time, our local weather guy.
Oh.
So usually, I can just talk to him. Sometimes, if I really want to do something, and he'll just send me all of his weather maps to look at. Let me
Mm-hmm.
try to make my own forecast.
It's not that hard, really.
Nah. But he's cool though. He's never not answered me every time I've asked him anything. His mom, she works out of town, and in the wintertime, I always ask him about the roads and stuff.
Yeah.
The only time he didn't respond to me for most of the day, and he finally got back with me later on. He was in the delivery room with his wife. She was having babies, so he sent me pictures of the kid. He's like,
Oh.
"I'm sorry, I couldn't get back to you quick enough."
Well, that's unusual that, somebody pays people that much attention. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Now all the other people on either that network or the others, I've never got an answer from none of them. But he always answers everybody. He's just a friendly type person.
Not enough of those in the world.
No. And I think the other, newscasters that work with him, I think they really like the guy too, because when he's not there, you can kind of tell a different atmosphere of how the news is. It's like, I don't know, not as cheerful. The way the broadcasters are acting and stuff. Then
They're not as happy as him.
Then they always bring his name up to whoever the replacement weather guy is. I'm sure they get tired of hearing it.
I'm watching this video of these new tools they've come out with, like there are different kinds of cutters and stuff. It's called a shaper. It's kind of weird. It's like you watch a camera while you put this machine on something and it cuts it out.
They're always coming up with something.
Yeah, they are. I'm waiting for it to be done so I can see how good of a job it does. But it's too slow. They stopped and then they took too long. It's like, why?
Just like those 3D printers, those things aren't very quick either.
Oh, really? Are they pretty slow?
They take a long time.
Mm-hmm. Oh, then after I watched all that, it didn't show me what it cut at the end.
Yeah, it can take 6 to 8 hours to make something in a 3D printer.
Wow.
Sometimes longer, depending on what it is. Depends on how intricate it is.
Mm-hmm.
All it is plastic.
Right.
And it just builds it up layer by layer.
Well, this machine has not made it yet, but I think it cuts lots of things. But, a little handheld machine, how good is that going to cut, very thick metal? It's not going to before it breaks. You can count on that,
The machine that became very popular, and the guy sold out like within an hour, and he was charging, I think, $2,000. It was a 3D, it was a CNC machine for finishing the 80% lowers that you can buy for AR-15.
Ah.
Because if you buy the 80% ones, you can buy them through the mail. Make your own gun, and there's no serial number, no paperwork, no nothing.
That's right.
So he just made the machine. You just set the lower in there, close the little protective little window thing, hit the button, and walk away. Come back about an hour, and it's done. Then
you got to do it yourself, and you can't have anybody else do it for you, probably.
Well,
just to make sure,
You can you can take them somewhere and pay like a gunsmith to do it. It doesn't matter.
Well, like here in my state, I think you would have to register it if you did that.
I don't know. Federal law says you don't.
Hmm.
Because they're just, that's what they're for. I mean, because it doesn't matter. I mean, when you buy it, it's just coming in your mailbox. So who's to say you had somebody finish it or you did it yourself? You can't prove it.
Maybe. Maybe that's true.
Because there's no serial number.
Mm-hmm.
No nothing. It's just a chunk of metal. There really isn't that much to it anyway.
Nope, there's not. I bet this machine could do it, but it hasn't even come out yet. It'll be another week, and they're already costing like $1,500.
It's just,
And it looks like a little handheld sander or something, you know,
yeah, them,
with a camera, with a little video thing on it.
it's just with those lowers though. If you've got some better equipment, you know, like a good drill press and stuff, you know, where you can keep all your holes and everything a lot more lined up, you'll have a better product. But you can get it done with just about anything, though.
Right.
I'm just going to start stocking up on ammo now. Ammo and
That's a very good idea.
ammo and magazines.
Mm-hmm.
Like my AR mags, I want to get a bunch of them. They're cheap anyway. You can get like 10 of them for $100. So I'll probably get a dozen of them or so just for myself, and then any more I buy, I'm gonna leave them in the package. And if they get another big gun scare, I'll sell them at the gun show.
Mm-hmm.
I saw people getting $200 a piece out of them
Wow.
and selling them as quick as they can bring them in. There's people panicking, and then nothing even happens.
But they still panic.
Oh yeah, they done the same thing with 22s.
Sure, but it doesn't hurt to keep a stash for yourself of things. You never know, what might happen.
There's a guy here in town now. I've heard a couple gun places talking about him. He goes in about once a week and buys every AR they have on the shelf. Said the guy's probably got 200 or 300 of them now.
Wow.
And never shooting them, just putting them back in case there's a big scare. He can sell them.
Well, there you go. He's an entrepreneur.
Those same ARs that might cost you $600 now, I've seen go for over $2,000.
Mm-hmm.
Even the little magazines for my little pistol, I've seen them for $100. And now they run about $20. Just people get afraid they won't be able to get it.
And you never know when that'll be true.
Yeah. The last gun thing they passed here was the magazine thing, because it was some crazy law that was just written wrong. They even admitted that they put in there anything over 30 rounds you wasn't allowed, because anything over 30 rounds they had it classified as fully automatic.
Ridiculous. They just make stuff up.
They admitted they wrote it wrong. They didn't intend it to be that way, so they went and fixed it. Then you can own anything you want.
I think here the last law they made was that you can't even hand it to anybody without doing a background check and registering it, and that is the one that we protested.
Yeah.
And that is why we go through and get these amendments done, county by county, is so that it makes that null and void. And it helps, you think, well, I do it locally. Yeah, I can have an effect, but it's only here, but it's not true. If you do it there and you teach other people how to do it and you help them in other places, or they hear that you've done it, and then they realize they can do it where they are, and it's just like all these states making it so you don't have to have a permit. That stuff takes off. People go, yeah, I want my rights too.
And there's no waiting period here, which is one good thing.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of states have, but we don't.
Well, I know it takes a long time to get it done, to get it to, like if you're going to get your concealed carry, sometimes it takes them a long time to process the paperwork. Longer than it should. It's kind of, bullshit.
Mine took a week.
That's good.
That was it. It wasn't too bad. But, yeah, some states, you go buy a gun of whatever, you got all this, waiting period before you can go get it. It'd be a hassle. Or how many guns you can buy in a month. Here, it don't matter. We don't have no waiting period. I can buy it, and the longest part it's going to take me standing in the checkout line. Just like my 9mm, not this one, my other one. Took me 11 minutes to buy it. I was in and out of the store in 11 minutes flat. I timed it. I was just curious.
That's pretty quick.
Yeah. And I could buy every gun in the whole store, and it's still only just the one background form. Same form I fill out to buy one. It wouldn't take any longer to buy everything in the store. Might take a while to ring it all up.
Right. There's that.
But people always think that, the gun's in your name when you buy it. It ain't nobody's name. You're not registering anything. The government don't know what you bought.
Right.
That paperwork stays right at the gun shop. They don't send it nowhere.
Sometimes. It probably depends on what state you're on again. Not sure how that works.
Well, if your state government or somebody wants it, it might be different. But federal government, they don't require it. They don't even know what you bought.
So you're going to get some ammo. That's good. Do you store any food and water, anything like that? A little extra?
Water, a little bit, but that's about it.
Well, that's the most important, but it isn't hard to store. Heck, you can store a year's worth of food for one person underneath a regular twin bed.
Yeah.
You think you need a lot of room, and it helps, but you don't have to have it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, more room's always nice.
Yep. Because you just never know what can happen.
Nope.
Could be a power failure, or,
anything.
Earthquakes happen anywhere. They didn't realize till about, I don't remember, 15 years ago here that we had a major fault along Oregon. They had no idea.
There's a fault line running under me that's bigger than the San Andreas.
Really?
Yeah, Ohio's got one of the largest fault lines in the country.
I'll be darned.
Except the only thing is, it's probably 50 times deeper than all the rest of them.
Mm-hmm.
We could get, it could be a magnitude like a 6 or a 7, and we still wouldn't feel it. It's that far down. They said it would have to be like off the charts, to do any kind of damage. Because it's just so far down.
Right. Well, that's good.
Yeah. Yeah, I watched a video, I don't know, it's been a few days ago. I never thought about it. About storing ammunition, not to store it in the same, like in your gun safe. Don't put your ammo in with your guns.
Uh-huh.
It'll make your guns rust.
I'll be darned.
And the guy actually proved it. He had 2 safes. Everything was identical in both of them, except one had ammo, one didn't. And he left it there for, I forget what it was, like 6 months or so. And never messed with either one. And the one that had the ammo in it, you could see where the guns were rusting. I don't know if it's the powder in it or something in that cartridge. It puts off some kind of a gas.
I'll be darned.
It makes the guns rust. I would have never thought of it.
Good to know.
He said, now if you've got those ammo cans that have the seal around them where it's airtight, he said you're better off, but he said if all possible, store it somewhere separate. Well, what I did, I bought a filing cabinet. Put ammo in it. One of them, got 2 drawers in it. Two or three. It's got 2 bigger ones and then one smaller drawer at the top. And I just put all my ammo in it. And if I want something, I just open and pull the drawer out and grab what I want.
Perfect.
Yeah, I was trying to think of what to use, and I saw one down at Walmart, and I'm like, that'll work. Because the bottom drawer is pretty deep. It's big. And the other is smaller. But yeah, it was just convenient and worked.
Well, you're resourceful. You can make something and, just
Yeah.
basically out of nothing.
Well, when you buy any kind of ammo, it's going to come in a box of some kind.
Mm-hmm.
50 round, 100 round, whatever. So I just stack them up.
Yeah.
Definitely gets heavy, though.
Yeah, I'll bet. Well, it won't tip over easy, huh?
No, it won't fall.
Yeah, you should stack a little extra food. There's stuff that lasts for a long
Oh,
time.
yeah.
The Mormon religion they used to teach in the old days, like 10 years or more.
Yeah.
But then they went to 7 because a lot of weather patterns are 7 years. They might have a
Yeah.
drought for 7 years and not grow a lot of things, like they usually do. But
Yeah.
they had a hard time convincing their people, and so then they said, okay, we'll have 2 years, and now they're like, we'll have a year. But
I used to watch some of them prepper shows on TV.
yeah, I've done radio with some of those preppers that were on those TV shows.
The guy I liked was the guy that had a 36-foot RV, brand new, one of them like $100,000 things, and he buried it. Sunk the whole thing. Made him an underground bunker.
Well, that's really neat,
It
but
had all the things he needed. The only thing he had to hook up extra was a ventilation system.
right.
And once he done that, everything was right there. Didn't have to worry about a thing. He had in his yard, he had what looked like, you would open the door and go down into like a little storm cellar. That's what
Uh-huh.
it looked like, but when you got in there, it was just, you went down, I don't know, so many steps, and then just a sharp turn, and it, like a little passageway, and it took him right there. But it was everything he needed, though, and he even had the hole big enough, and the way his lighting system was hooked up, he could go outside the RV, and it looked like he was outside. Had the lights turned on, so he could sit out there on like his little patio. He had it made, and he had the UV lights, so that if you're sitting out there, you would still get just like being in the sun.
Right.
And I mean, he had a nice setup. I mean, it was pretty neat.
Hmm.
He had the RV, and they used it for one summer, and then I don't remember what his reasoning was for wanting to start prepping, but he just felt that was a better use, and that the upkeep and all that on the RV was just more than he had originally thought, and all the fuel and just too much. Because at that time there was the big spike in diesel prices that wasn't there when he bought it.
Right.
So he thought, what better thing to do, and he just buried it. That's a heck of a hole, though.
Yeah, and I wonder where he drained his septic to, but most of all, the problem with bunkers is that you have to have a ventilation shaft, and that's the thing that will give you away. Not only is it fairly easy to detect, but all the noise goes out there. It's,
Oh, yeah.
it's hard to be that quiet for that long.
Well,
There's certain things they haven't overcome,
he had it to where he could be completely self-contained if he needed to be.
Uh-huh.
Because he had a ventilation there, which he would use 99% of the time. But if in a worst case scenario, he could actually do away with that whole thing and have it all self-contained underground, where it would recycle the air.
Yeah, but you got to recycle it from somewhere. Thusly, you have to get it from above ground, I don't think it just recycles
They've got
underneath.
machines that'll create it.
Hmm.
It's similar to those machines that you can buy, like for people that are on oxygen.
Right.
It'll make the oxygen itself right out of the air. It's
I wonder how long, and it'd have to be powered off of something.
Yeah,
So he must have some kind of solar.
yeah, but he said it was that part of it was kind of worst case scenario. That's the ultimate.
Sure.
That would be more short term, because he had cameras everywhere, all over his property. There was nothing going to get by.
A cave and a mountain would be good. Not too fond of caves myself, but if you got a mountain and a cave, you're probably in them.
The best one I've seen was a guy had an underground bunker, and he had this company come in and rig it up, and he had think a dozen AR-15s mounted in different places at a property, and they were, they were just regular guns, but what they were mounted on, they would fire on their own. If you broke perimeter, them guns would track you, and you got too close, you're done. He wouldn't even have to even be there. And he had it set up that if he was anywhere in the world, he could log into the system on his phone and actually communicate over the loudspeaker, or even fire the guns himself. All remote. Or just set it on like an autopilot. Because they done a demonstration with it. They had they took the real guns down and put up some of them airsoft guns. Shoot some little plastic BBs.
Yeah.
And the guy walked through and got so close, and I don't know how close exactly it was, but you could hear over this like loudspeaker of the automated voice saying, too close, turn around, and all that. And the guy kept advancing. When he got close enough, them guns started shooting at him, and they were deadly accurate. And there wasn't a single person around controlling it. It was pretty neat. The guy that invented that system actually done it in his spare time. He worked at a place that built them bunkers. They would build them and then take them to your spot and, sink it and all that. They used like semi-trailer and stuff like that. But he was just one of them workers that liked to tinker around in the shop. And everybody else was out to lunch one day, and he had the prototype pretty well built, but never tested it. So he had it set up so when all of his co-workers come back from lunch and broke the perimeter, they all got shot with the airsoft. And he said, well, I guess it does work. But it was pretty neat, though.
He booby-trapped them.
But I could see a big liability with that, having that set up like now.
Yeah.
Then, it'd be a cool thing to have for a worst case scenario, but if you had any kind of trouble with it now, you'd be in some big trouble.
Well, yeah, and I actually have talked to many of those people, and they have a lot of them have very exotic setups.
Yeah.
And the more complicated it is, the more things can break. And they got all these batteries, and all of this equipment is super expensive, and some of them, their families even live together. Yeah. It's super expensive, but here's the thing: you can have this big electrical system and cost you tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars, but your batteries are only going to last for so long. And then what are you going to do?
Yeah. I saw one guy, he had a good setup for, he had I don't know if it was a farm or what, but he had a little bit of property. So he wanted to set up the perimeter to be able to monitor it, and he was trying to think of some way to do it cheap. So, and his idea was actually pretty clever. He bought some tripwire, which you can buy at any military surplus place, and that's cheap. So he bought some of it and put it around the perimeter where he wanted to monitor. And hidden a little bit, he had them rat traps, them real big ones. And he would attach a glow stick to them and set them. So anybody that would break that string, the perimeter, it would set off the rat trap. And when it would smack that glow stick, it'd set it off. And he could
I've actually seen YouTube videos like that.
See the light. And that was pretty clever.
It is clever. And those low-tech clever things are some good ideas, But those people that I talked to, they were like, I was like, well, do you have the plan for when your electricity isn't good anymore, when your batteries are down? And they're like, well, we don't want to live in a world like that. And I'm like, you're kidding me,
Nobody wants to, but...
Nobody wants to, but, when I was young and our family would be building a house out in the boonies or something, we didn't have electricity for a while, I mean, it was not a big deal. I would never go, I don't want to live in a world like that. It'd be like camping.
Yeah. I don't know. I think a lot of people got the wrong impression, too, of, when everything hits the fan. I don't know. I've seen a lot of people on YouTube and other places talking about it, and I just don't think it's going to be the scenario they think.
You don't think it's going to be that bad?
Well, not to the degree some of these guys are talking. Sitting on top of their roof with a 50 caliber rifle, killing people next street over.
Well, these things have happened when countries were destabilized in other parts of the world. They have actually happened.
Saying that, it's just going to be a free-for-all to where, you just walk out and just start shooting everybody you see. For any reason. And it's just not going to be that. it could get bad, yeah, but
It depends on how many people are around you.
not to where you're sniping your neighbors.
It depends. Yeah, I can't imagine anybody just wanting to do that. I mean, they do try to overemphasize things on those shows, but
Well, these are
you know,
what
I've
gets
read lots
people
of things and talked to people that have been in other countries
Yeah.
when they were destabilized through, you know, their economic system or this or that, and it was pretty bad. You
Yeah.
couldn't, if you left the house, you were in danger of being shot for
Yeah.
sure. If you were like in a city
These
or
guys
an
are just
urban
having
area.
a lot of these guys that I've seen and talked to even are just having a fantasy about it.
Probably.
They're saying, you know, I've got the 50 cal already mounted on top of my house. You know, I'll just set up there and I'll just be, you know, shooting anybody that walks in the crosshairs. Don't matter who you are. You know, and that's
Yeah,
just,
they're a little nuts, huh?
because there are places around here where, you know, get out in more rural areas where people have those type of guns mounted on top of their house that'll shoot, you know, a mile and a half away.
Mm-hmm.
And they're mounted there all the time.
Well, I wish I had a couple. That'd be fun. Not to shoot people, but just to know you had them.
Yeah. Those guns are very expensive. They're coming
I'll
down. They're
bet
coming
they
down,
are.
They're coming down in price depending on what kind you get, but you can buy the military, the same one they've got, the Barrett, and that's the high dollar one. That's like 13 grand. I can actually buy it on payments if I had that kind of money. But
Yeah. Well, if things get desperate, I bet you wish you had one.
because 50 cal is the biggest that's the biggest you know, ammo that a civilian can own. 50 caliber.
Right.
But you're also talking $7-8 a shot too.
Well, I think what you might have to worry about, it depends on where you are, is little gangs of people.
Yeah.
You know, a bunch of,
Yeah.
you know, because there'll be a lot of people in certain areas that, you know, out here it's not as good as it used to be, but this is kind of the boonies, and people, a lot of people have some farm animals, and they know that we can lose power, so they've got
Yeah.
some extra food. As you get closer to the city, that's probably less of a case. Everybody goes fishing, they know how to can, but the people that are from somewhere else
Yeah.
probably don't do it as much. But you know, you get farther into the bigger cities, and those people aren't doing that. They don't have the room,
Yeah.
they don't have the time, they just don't, you know.
It's a
and,
fantasy for a lot of people.
They won't wait till they get hungry. They'll
No.
do it soon as they know there's a problem in the cities, you know.
It's just like I see videos and comments all the time, like people that'll buy a new gun or whatever, and they say they just sit around all night waiting for somebody to break in their house. They want a home invasion, just so they can shoot somebody.
Yeah, see, I don't know anybody like that.
Yeah.
I don't associate with freaks.
I've run into people like that just at Walmart when they're buying ammo.
Huh.
They mention stuff like that. Say,
That's
yeah,
weird.
Say, yeah, I bought a new whatever, and hopefully, you know, and I've seen other people that, you know, on YouTube and stuff that said the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
They'll sit around and just hope something happens, or that they get upset that, well, I've had this gun for 10 years now and I still ain't got a chance to shoot nobody yet. They get mad about it.
Yeah, well, they probably never shot a person either. They don't know what that's probably like.
No, but like I say, it's a fantasy for a lot of people.
Yeah,
They
they're
wanna-
big talkers.
They want to do it, but they want to do it in a legal manner. That's the whole thing.
I see.
They don't want to
There's-
they just don't want to walk out and just murder somebody on the street. They want to do it and get away with it. That's the whole thing. Kind of like the old, what was his name, Zimmerman down there in Florida or wherever it was. Killed Trayvon Martin and all that.
Is that what he wanted to do? I never heard that part,
Well,
that he
no,
just
that's
sat
what
around.
No, that's what a lot of people, they want to be in his shoes.
Oh,
They want to go through that. They want to shoot somebody like that and get off scot-free and everything.
that's just weird.
Yeah, because I mean, I remember when that case happened, because our local, well, statewide Buckeye Firearms Association, which are kind of the state version of the NRA, they done a fundraiser and they raised enough money to buy Zimmerman a new gun. They sent it to him. Sent him the money because the cops still had his gun. He sold that gun. $250,000. He auctioned.
Weird.
He auctioned it off online. That's
You
what-
got to worry about what people are thinking when they buy something like that. You know.
Well, he actually played it smart though, because when he mentioned the auction was going to happen, I went to there, watched it, And there was all these trolls bidding. They ran that thing up to like 36 million bucks. Nobody gonna pay him, just trolls. Well, he knew that, and he admitted this afterwards. But he had a separate auction running that wasn't public. You had to be pre-approved. So he ran that first one just for the trolls, so they would leave him alone. Leave the real one alone. And he got 250 grand. I don't know who bought it. They never did say. They rumored that it might have even been the Smithsonian, but I don't know. But there's been a lot of things like that people bought. I mean, I've seen where they've bought like Hitler's gun and stuff like that. But that's a little bit different though, because buying like Hitler's stuff, you know, you're not buying it from Hitler, you know. It's been passed around, and you know, some collector ended up with it and now selling it. So you could say that's a historical piece or whatever. Fine. But buying it straight from the man that used it, that's just kind of weird if you ask me.
A bit.
I mean, put it in a museum, I mean, I guess, if you had the right kind of exhibit going on or something. I mean, I wouldn't buy it. I mean, a gun's just an object. It doesn't matter one way or the other. If I want one, I'll just go buy a new one.
Yesterday was the anniversary of Ruby Ridge.
Yeah. And there's only been us at this Skywatch for the last probably hour.
You can quit anytime you want to.
And I was trying to hold out and see if some more would come here, but not trying to, say anything about you though. Don't get me wrong.
I know that.
I don't mean it that way.
I won't take it personally.
Yeah, I didn't mean it that way.
I know you didn't. Yeah, there's a meme about Ruby Ridge, and they show the guy that they had arrested, and they say, moves out deep into the woods because of an irrational fear of the government.
Yeah.
Government proves him right by setting him up, shooting his son in the back, and his wife in the face.
We had a guy, it's been a long time ago, well, not real long, probably 10, 15 years now, tried to do a thing here, and they ended up getting in a bunch of trouble. I don't know what they ever done to the guy for sure, but he bought a bunch of land down in the southern part of the state. He had a lot of land. And he tried to make this compound, and he wanted to start his own country.
Uh-huh.
And it was the weirdest thing, because he had other people that were starting to go there, and they were using Buckeyes as currency. And everything was going fine. He had an American flag in the front of it, upside down, because that's a distress thing.
Right.
And the country's always been in a distressed situation, in my opinion. Or for a long time, anyway.
That's for sure.
So, they couldn't get him on, as far as starting the country. The charge they got him on was, and I don't understand the legal part of it, but it was using the Buckeyes as currency.
Yeah.
That's what they nailed him at. But all the transactions were done on his property with other people. So I don't know what the deal is. If I own something, I can trade it to you for whatever I want.
Obviously, that's not true.
But I don't know what kind
According to them.
Yeah, they never really went into no detail that I ever found of, what legal, what law did he actually break. That was the reason they said was the whole Buckeye thing, but I don't know. I mean, there had to have been some law somewhere, even if it was way out of context.
You probably have to register it or something if it's a legal tender. There's nothing they hate worse than you not using their system. And you're not paying taxes. Oh, we can't have that.
Yeah.
They say when they wrote that law, it was to get get the mob. But then they used it on everybody. And, the only people, the reason they had taxes in the first place is much the same reason they had laws in the first place. And that was to control big government and corporations, big corporations, not little ones with a few people, but big ones, And that's all been turned around on us now.
Businesses are not required by law to take cash, though. There's a lot of businesses I know of. There's been several on the news in different parts of Louisiana that don't take any kind of cash.
I bet they're still supposed to pay taxes.
Yeah, I mean they can still take check, credit card, and all that. They just won't take paper money or coins.
Hmm.
Yeah, you have to take money, but it doesn't say what form it has to be in. And when you're buying something from somebody, because if you look at any Federal Reserve note, $1, $5, whatever, it says all debts, public and private, or however it's written. But when you're buying something off somebody, that's not a debt. That's just a transaction.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how they are able to bypass that. Me walking in your store and buying, a Coke and a candy bar, that's not a debt. So what's written on the note really doesn't apply.
Yeah, but that's not the way they look at it.
Well,
unfortunately, they don't. They
haven't been able to stop any of these stores. They're still doing it. They're still doing it.
They pay taxes on it.
Yeah, they still pay taxes and everything because they'll still take money. They'll still take money. Credit
yeah, that's all they must care about right there.
Credit cards, checks, whatever. It's just they won't take actual currency. They don't want to fool with it.
Mm-hmm. And as far as natural disasters or even unnatural disasters, one of our most likely scenarios is an EMP because they're easy to detonate. They're cheap to make. That's what all the old service guys tell me. I always go, well, what do you think if we were going to be attacked? What do you think? And not only do they think that that's what it would be, but they think it's just a matter of time because we're too vulnerable. It's too easy to do. We have it's the perfect scenario for it. We're flooded with immigrants, illegal immigrants, and so anything could happen. We have no control.
EMP would be the easiest thing. You don't even have to be in this country to do it.
That's true.
You can do it on your computer.
Yep.
All an EMP is a short. All you gotta do is short out the power grid. There's your EMP.
Yep. And that could mess things up. I know when the power's gone down here that the stores are wiped within an hour or two of anything decent, for sure. And you have to have money. You have to have cash because there's no electricity. They can't run their cash registers. So you're not getting change, And so you better have the right amount of cash. And then we're not going to get any trucks in for a while. And the refrigeration is done, so.
Yeah,
I mean, there's lots of things.
People around here are just dumb. I mean, I remember last summer I went to the gas station uptown and I was going to get me something to drink and, I don't know, something to eat or whatever. And there's all these people in line and the line was taking forever. And I'm like, man, what in the heck's going on? So I just walked up there like, man, what's taking so long? I set my stuff down and left. All I had was my bank card on me anyway. I didn't have any cash. And most people didn't either. Well, their credit card machines and stuff had went down and all these people would pump gas. Couldn't pay for it. So they was getting everybody to write down your name and your credit card number and leave it with us. And
my goodness.
And when the system comes back online, we'll process your payment. And they must have had at least 6 or 7 pages, them big yellow, legal pads.
Mm-hmm.
About 6 or 7 pages of that stuff with nothing but names, credit card numbers, expiration dates, 3-digit security code off the back.
Oh my God.
Everybody there was leaving it. I never saw one person question. I set my stuff down and left. I was like, forget it. But they was telling people, if you don't, do something, leave us, your info, then we can get you for stealing gas if you leave. I'd have called the police. What I would have done.
Yeah, good luck getting through.
Because that was the only station that was down. Everything else in town was fine. It was just a credit card machine. Just a credit card machines was down.
Yeah, I'd call the cops too.
So they couldn't, process it on the pump or whatever. They should have just shut the pumps down. But they
Yeah.
But they wasn't going to do that, so And they didn't even have any like signs or anything out there saying that it was down, so the people didn't know.
And, you know, they could show, these people could show them their ID. They could see their address and their name and stuff, you know,
So they said just give us.
and bill them.
So they would write down all this credit card or bank card information, and then they said they'd process it later.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Now the girl that was taking all the stuff down, more than likely she probably wouldn't do nothing wrong. But who's going to get a hold of that paperwork later? I mean, are they going to actually destroy it, or are they just going to wad it up and throw it out in the back dumpster? You just don't know. It's just, in the past I've seen other gas stations, if somebody would, pump gas and maybe forget their wallet or something, can't pay for it, they'd say, well, leave us something, like, a person leaving their cell phone or something. Something they know they're going to come back for. They know that person to run home, get the money, come back, and fine. No big deal. I can understand that. I would probably do the same thing. Just make sure there was some kind of a password on my phone where they couldn't mess with it. But, I'd rather do that than to, what else you going to do? If you can't get a hold of nobody to bring you any money or something. So that wouldn't be too bad.
I'd write them an IOU and have their names and addresses and phone numbers and stuff.
But on a large scale, though, I mean, I don't know. They could have handled it a lot better, though.
Yeah, I don't know either.
But normally it's just a one-off thing. Like say somebody will forget their wallet or whatever, so they'll leave them whatever.
Well, and these things, when you get a loss of power,
yeah,
there's always a strain on the system. In fact, I know here when they try to turn the power back on, there was such a strain, it could blow something real easy. They had a lot of problems. And they always happen at the worst weather. It's either horribly cold or you're having a heat wave somewhere,
I've seen other scams around town, though, especially if you go to one of the filling stations that are run by some foreigner. You got to watch them, because if you pay with a bank card, I stopped the guy once. He ain't even here anymore, but he took my card and I was going to swipe it on the card thing, right there on the counter. He's like, oh, that one don't work. I got to swipe it under the counter. No, you're not. And I caught him. He had a webcam under there.
Oh, my goodness.
Taking pictures of people's cards. And then I ended up hearing about it not long after that on the news. That was one of the newer scams. That one, and they said to watch if it's an unfamiliar, hey, James, unfamiliar like a gas station or something, just, you get them weird feelings. They always have a satellite dish somewhere. That's what normally operates their credit card machines.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they were saying that this has been happening a lot. You swipe your card and, like, it don't work. Or it says that there's a delay, like it's taking forever. That might tell me that, oh, the machine's taking forever or whatever. And they'll get you to just leave. Well, what it is, they got the satellite dish thing blocked off. So it can't get a very strong signal. Then when you leave, your transaction is not done yet. They can add more money to your card. So you might only have spent $10 there, but they can turn it into $100. Because it's not clear by the time you leave. You didn't finalize it. Too many people are just too trusting. They say, oh, well, we'll take care of it or whatever, and you get this humongous bill. Which they said most people don't even look at their bill, they just pay it. If it's a credit card. Which I always thought was a mistake.
Yeah, I think that's a mistake too.
Because most of your criminals that are stealing money, off credit cards, they're not taking large amounts off these cards. They take a little bit off a lot of cards. Because, a $5 transaction, you're not going to pay much attention to it. Now, if it's a $500 transaction, you're going to notice that. So they'll just take $5 or $10 off of, 1,000 different people. Less chance of getting caught. But they said for people that steal credit card numbers, if they sell them like on a black market, a credit card number is only worth less than $1 on the black market.
Good Lord.
Because those people get thousands and thousands of them. I'm dealing with identity theft now.
Are ya?
Yeah, I got a letter in the mail about a week ago from the government.
Oh no.
Yes, there was about 3 million of them in the country, and I got a real good idea of where it happened at. but they said it was due to a background check, more than likely. And I've only had 2 of those done this year. One when I bought my pistol, and I don't think it was that one, but the other one was when I got my carry license. I think it was on that one, because that was the most thorough background. That took a week. So I think that's where it more than likely would have happened at. But they said there was about 3 million people across the country. And since all of those were, background checks for that purpose would all go to the same place, no matter where you're at on a federal level. So I'm thinking that's probably where it was. So I called the number that was on there, and they said they'd give me 3 years of like credit monitoring, and if anything weird shows up, they would notify me and they'd take care of it. There really ain't much you can do about it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I had my PayPal account hacked once this year already. I got charged $100 on there and I didn't even spend it. I got it fixed, but I always keep all my alerts turned on, so anytime my card's used, I know it right away. And just happened to be at the computer at that time and seen it come through in my email. A guy in New York made a $100 charge on my card to a company in Chicago for an apartment listing, which seemed kind of weird. So luckily in the receipt was the company's phone number, so I called them up. And they were nice, and they said that, I said, yeah, I know my thing will get taken care of, but I want to make sure that whoever was using the card don't get a free service. The guy says, oh no, we'll take care of this guy real quick. He won't be allowed to use our company for nothing. And they gave me my money back right away.
Good deal.
So that was alright. It's just kind of freaky when stuff like that happens. See transactions that you're not sure about.
Yep.
But PayPal has usually been pretty good, though. Most of the time that I've ever had any issues, they'd lock my account for some security thing. Because even if it was a transaction I made, if it looks suspicious.
Problem is, if you go out of town and you don't go out of town very often, and you get a motel, you get something to eat, you do a little shopping, it'll happen then.
Yeah. Well, mine, they hit me once, and it locked me up for a while. I had to prove everything, but I had bought something, whatever it was, on eBay, but it actually was. But it was from China.
My God! I just saw. I don't know what this is, but it was from the bottom to the top, straight up to the left, and it was big. It was like a big cigar-shaped meteor. Only it was had to be from the ground up. That's unless it's pointed up in the sky and. Yeah, it was big, huge. It's like the biggest meteor I've seen on here.
Huh. I didn't see it.
Well, let's see you have to see what time it is, how long you've been playing, and look at it later.
Yeah.
That was huge.
Yeah, that camera's pointed probably about a 80-degree angle up in the air.
So yeah, that was a meteor, no doubt then.
It's almost straight up in the air.
Or a rocket.
Yeah.
I'm serious, it was big. Yeah, that right there I would cut out for your video you were talking about doing.
I've caught some big ones in the past.
Did you?
Yeah, in the past I've got some of my older videos. There's some pretty nice meteors on there.
Mm-hmm. Well, you got a nice one tonight. That's the best meteor you've gotten.
It's just hard to really cut them out. I want to put a video together like that, but that's a lot of work, though.
It is.
Because you practically have to sit there and watch these things, for...
Yep, and you have to, when you do see one like that, you have to, know what time it is, know how long you've been doing it so you can go back easily and find it.
Well, all I got to do, I got all these saved anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I record them as I'm streaming them. So I just put it in my movie maker, and when I see it, I can just hit one button and cut it out.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, you got to sit there and watch these things, and they're...
The whole time.
Now, if you go back to some of my meteor showers from last year where I had like tons of views on them, there's a lot of people that put in the comments what time they saw stuff. That's why I always put that in the comments or in my description. If people see something, mark the time down.
Oh, that's a good idea.
That way I can go back to it later. And then when you put the time in a comment, all you gotta do is click on it and it'll take you right to that point of the video.
I don't see where you can put a comment on here.
You can't until it's done.
See. Well, it was 9:52, something like that. We've been talking about it for a couple minutes.
Yeah.
So say 9:50, start watching. And maybe it's a little before then, but if you haven't seen it in 5 minutes, you know that it's before then. So that's 12:50 at your house.
Yeah.
That was pretty amazing, though. It was fast, too.
Yeah, a lot of times those meteors are pretty quick. I've seen some that were been pretty slow though.
Oh, well, it makes me wonder. So you got this big meteor shower, and the first massive amounts of meteors you see, I wonder if they're tinier, and so they pull in tighter to the main mass or something, or they've just gone off of it. But wouldn't you think that if it was the tail end, that maybe those are the bigger, slower ones?
Yeah, possibly. But all those meteors are very small anyway.
Uh-huh.
They're like smaller than a grain of sand.
That one looked bigger than a grain of sand.
It's just the speed they move at. The faster they are, the brighter and bigger they'll look.
Uh-huh.
It's all due to friction.
Huh. Well, there sure are a lot of stars out in your sky tonight.
Yeah.
It was a good night for that, for sure.
Yeah. Tomorrow night should be pretty decent too.
Yep. It should be. It shouldn't be any worse than tonight, really. Should be about the same. We just keep lollygagging and forgetting to watch, and I was just lucky enough to be sitting here staring at it when that happened.
Yeah, I'll have to go back and check it out.
It's worth it. I promise. If you look at it long enough, you start thinking, oh, I almost saw one.
Yeah.
Your mind starts to make it up. But that one I saw gave me no doubt. And your other friend didn't show up tonight either.
Nope. Oh well.
That's the way it goes, huh?
Yeah, during the week and stuff, people got to get up early and all that. So.
That's true. Well, and I'll be gone till late here. What's the date? Let's see. Yeah. Oh, no, it's not in a couple days. What am I thinking? That's in a couple of weeks. Thank goodness. I have a wedding I have to go to in 5 days. Oh my goodness. In another town.
Yeah.
It'll be a deal.
I don't know if there's anything I can live stream tomorrow or not other than the stars or something, but I don't know if Trump's got a. I think he's got another rally somewhere.
Texas, I think. They said he was headed to Texas.
Thursday's when he's supposed to talk about his new immigration thing.
Interesting.
Yeah, a lot of people said it's a complete 180 from what he's been saying.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, like let them all stay.
That might be a mistake.
Give them all amnesty. Something about he gave a talk to some Latinos or something out in California or wherever, and
Well,
I don't know. I'll put the article here in Skype. You can read it whenever.
I know that California just changed their laws to where illegal immigrants can vote.
Yeah.
And California's huge. When people are like surprised that we don't go all over the place in California, going to the southern tip of California would take as far as going across the United States.
Yeah.
You know.
But yeah, there's the article. I posted it, so you can look at it.
Mm.
But that's what it's. But I'm gonna wait and see what he says, first.
Mm-hmm.
Says 3 of the Hispanics who are part of Trump's Hispanic Advisory Council spoke with NBC after the meeting. Each spoke of an open-minded Trump who asked for their ideas. Supposed to have a news conference coming up. Let's see. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff in it, but.
Well, that's concerning, huh?
So, yeah.
Well, if that's true, Lucky, I think we need to start raising some hell.
Yeah, it'll destroy everything if he doesn't, stick to what he said on this issue.
Mm-hmm. Then what good is voting for him for if he's gonna not do the things that he said he was going to get the nomination?
Yeah.
However, I'll bet that's the problem, and that is the case in Oregon, too. Illegals can vote, which is bullshit. That's not what our Constitution says.
No.
And then you know why they flooded us with illegals right there.
Yeah.
People are like, oh, we need more social services. Well, I'm sorry. This was meant to crush those things.
Yeah.
You'll never get them again.
Yeah.
You'll get help like they're giving help to Venezuela.
Yeah. They're trying to say that Trump only made some of his previous comments just because it was in the heat of the moment and he was like mad, so they called him mean-spirited.
Yeah, well, that isn't going to fly. Now, I don't know much about this paper. Is this paper, who do they support? Are they a liberal rag? I start checking around.
This is just one article. I've seen it on CNN and everywhere. Everybody's been talking about it.
Huh.
This is just the one I just linked to.
Right. Well, CNN, they're not really that trustworthy because they hate him.
But they're supposed
of course.
to come straight. These are the people that are talking in this article are his advisory people that's right with Trump.
Well, I know his new campaign manager was being interviewed by Megyn Kelly on Fox News tonight, but I didn't watch it.
Newsweek's got an article out too. Who knew Trump favors amnesty for undocumented immigrants?
And they may be taking it out of context and trying to crush him. They do that all the time. I hope not, because he might not make it if he goes that way.
Yeah.
Why should he make it?
Right.
And then who do we have? Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Now here's one from another article. I know this guy. I'll put this one in here.
Mm-hmm.
This one says all the other articles are BS. Exclusive RNC official at Trump's Hispanic meeting debunks false BuzzFeed Univision reports that Donald succumbed to amnesty activists.
So it's bullshit.
That's what it sounds like. Well, if it came from BuzzFeed originally, I don't put nothing into them. They're them idiots that make all them stupid little quizzes you can take on Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
That's the same place. And Univision, that they never liked him anyway because Univision's the one Trump threw out of his meeting when that guy told
Yeah,
him,
but
told
the
him to go
fact
back
that
to Mexico.
CNN would put that same stuff out there tells you can't believe anything they say.
Well, no, CNN's mainly government controlled anyway, because
Sure.
Well, all the media is anyway. There's I saw a list not long ago of all the major news networks, and they're all owned by somebody that's in politics. Either they're directly owned or it's a spouse of the person. But anywhere, CNN is the worst though, because anywhere you go, whether it's a bank, if you go to the airport, anywhere it's got a TV up, that's all the news they show is CNN. Everywhere. Doesn't matter where you go. I can go probably half a dozen places in this town, and every one of them will have CNN playing. Anywhere it's got a lobby area where you might wait.
Interesting.
I've never seen another network. Used to, years ago, it would be that headline news they would play a lot. I don't even know if that's still a network anymore. They might have got bought out. But CNN's all I see now everywhere. So, yeah, it's very common. So, yeah, they really throw that out there.
Well, the little wise guys.
Now, there a few years back, for a long time, I remember Walmart playing nothing but on their TVs in the electronics department of how they teamed up with Homeland Security.
Yeah, freaky, huh?
They played that a lot. It didn't go into any big detail. They tried to make it sound all like a great thing, but...
And then all these stores are pushing vaccines.
Yeah. It's just...
Yeah.
Yeah, the whole deal with Walmart, I mean, Walmart would be the perfect place, though, for an agency to set up, like, a holding center. I mean, it's a big place. They got, anything they need there.
Mm-hmm.
Or to do any kind of covert, operation in a community. Walmart's the easiest place to do it, because people is used to seeing their trucks going in and out of the stores all the time. But do we ever know what's really on them trucks being unloaded? No.
Nope. Another place they set up our Walmart like that too, but then they're talking now about making the Indian casino a city center.
Yeah.
And that's where I went to that meeting too,
Yeah.
So they're another thing to watch.
Yeah, and like them pictures I showed you from that place next to our Walmart had all them tents and stuff put up. Some of them tents are gone now, but most of them are still there. But it's just pretty weird that, once I first noticed those back in earlier part of the summer, that Walmart security cameras were focused directly on them. I mean, I could literally tell that the cameras had been moved. And that seemed kind of odd. Like, why would Walmart be caring about what another property is doing? They shouldn't. But
Right.
still not sure what they're doing inside that old warehouse that's RCA used to be. Because it's a warehouse, but all the stuff inside that I can see where they're supposed to be remodeling, it's all lumber. You don't normally remodel a warehouse with wood. That's all metal and steel and stuff. I can't see what they would need piles of 2x4s and plywood for. I mean, I'm sure they probably got another agenda.
Well, what's weird about ours too is next to it they bought this piece of land and they want to put up this low-cost housing big thing, and we're like, we don't even have that many people in our town. Why would they want this?
Yeah,
Well, they'll import a bunch of illegal immigrants, and then they'll
for
be right
sure.
next to Walmart, and they can just have their little FEMA town.
Yeah, that's what I've kind of thought, because Walmart, I mean, it's the perfect setup, and especially here, is right behind this little tent city thing next door and the Walmart itself. There's a train tracks right behind them. That works out well too, and we get trains go through here about one every hour or so. But nobody would pay that any attention. And then loading supplies, I mean, that's easy to do in a Walmart.
Mm-hmm.
It's just nobody would ever think anything about it.
Looks like Atlanta has some flooding warnings.
Huh.
Yep, because they've had a bunch of rain, torrential downpour. They're already flooding. In the town of Westlock, they're flooded pretty much up to their doors, they said.
I wish I could, this night vision camera that I'm using, I wish I had a way to record off of that, just something handheld. Because if I could, I would sneak down there to where all them tents and stuff at, and I'd film it at night. I could see everything in there then, but I got no way of keeping any proof. I mean,
Put that on your equipment list.
Well, there really isn't even anything I can buy that I can find.
Oh.
I've looked. Because even the little screens and stuff that I've found that would work, they're not battery, they're electric.
Well, can't you walk down there during the day? I mean, you might be more suspicious at night,
even
right?
Get close. It's all barbed wire fence all the way around it.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to go down there at night when no one, see me. If you can't
Right.
get very close, I'll run you off.
Ah.
But you go down there at dark, you can, when they can't see you.
Mm-hmm. You'd have to have a very long extension cord.
Yeah. I need a drone is what I need.
You need some kind of a battery that lasts for a little bit that you could carry in your backpack.
If I can save up the money, I'm just going to buy me a drone. I'll take it down there and fly it over the whole place.
Now that would be fun.
You can buy drones just about anywhere now.
I think I just saw another little one, but it was so little it's hard to tell since it's kind of,
Yeah. But you got to register those drones, at least you're supposed to.
Well, that's no fun.
Because, yeah, they're, the bigger ones anyway. If it's over a half a pound, you have to register it. And they'll know everywhere you've ever flown that thing. They keep flight logs on it. They're registered as an aircraft.
I'll bet they do, too.
Yeah, you can look at them yourself. Because they're registered as an aircraft, same as registering an airplane. There's no difference, except the price. It's only $5, but still, they keep track of everything you do with it. That way, if you get too close to an airport and cause an accident or something, they know who to come after. Because a friend of mine's got one, and he's using like an 8-inch one of the little tablets that actually snaps right onto the controller. That way you can fly it, farther out than you can actually see the thing. But if you get
like even my camera,
yeah,
it's got the ability to hook up to the internet and all these things that I don't know how to do yet. But that doesn't matter. Just the fact that it can means that they can probably see any pictures I take and figure out anywhere I've been.
The drone, you have no choice.
Mm-hmm.
Because it goes off GPS.
Right.
If you get too close to an airport, it'll show a warning thing on your screen. And you're only allowed to go 400 feet in the air. That's the legal limit.
Yeah, because they own the area now.
Oh, I mean, it is a danger in a way.
I know.
But the problem is, yeah, you got to do all this stuff with a drone, but they don't make you register it when you buy it. It's just up to you to do it when you get home.
They'll SWAT team people's houses with killing dogs. I don't really think they care about our safety.
No.
They'll let plants pump lead into our water system.
Well, they just don't want anything that's going to look tragic on the nightly news. you know, like a plane crash or something. You know, but they let a lot of things happen too, though, just so they can get these crazy laws passed.
Well, you notice, I'm sure that they have crashes and they have birds fly into their planes, but you don't hear any of that on the news very often.
No. No, because nothing's been really catastrophic.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, if they wanted to pass some crazy drone law...
Oh, I just saw a big one.
Did you?
Not as big as the last one, but pretty big. So this is 10:14 my time. So start at 10:13. Right up through the middle. I wonder how many I've missed.
And I've seen a few small ones.
I just saw a satellite to the left. We probably should have put meteor shower in your description tonight. Tail end of meteor shower.
Ah, well.
I don't know.
Hell, it is getting late. I think I probably will call it. I still gotta get me something to eat.
Well, why don't we do that then and call it a night?
Yeah, I can do another one tomorrow. I don't know.
Sure.
Let me look real quick. I'll check the forecast thing and see. I know tomorrow night they said was going to be clear. Kind of partly. Not completely clear tomorrow night, but be kind of a hit or miss thing.
Well, we'll see, won't we?
Because I'm not showing anything super clear the rest of the week, but it's just a hit or miss.
We'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah.
Well, it's been fun, and thanks for having me.
Hey, no problem. It's always fun. Try to.
Good night, Lucky.
Good night.